Welcome to Egg. Hi, Egg. Do you have anything to say to the people? Egg. Egg. Yeah, Egg. Really? Oh. Oh, wow. You don't say. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Egg. Oh, my gosh. What? What will I ever do with you? Yeah. Okay. Howdy. Oh, god dang it. Okay, well, we might just have to sit here a little bit. My stupid old tablet is not charging. I would like that for notes, or it's gonna have to. It's on borderless. I should be able to click off of it without too much trouble. This is gonna be a pain, but I'm gonna have to do that because this thing is just not charging. Normally, I like to have my notes on my tablet on the side. But it's a really old tablet and it's really bad. So it like hardly charges anymore. Hook up this other monitor quick. Hopefully just be able to scroll through that as needed. Welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for joining, and we'll get started on this speedrun shortly. Read that nicely. This as well over down here. That uncovered. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. We are gonna be starting my brand new route that I've been it's been very difficult to get off the ground. I think I've gotten all the annoying parts out of this route, but it sure took a lot of time to do it. Howdy Kororo, howdy Toucans, howdy Dan, howdy Metza. Thank you so much for stopping by. And this is the first time in an actual route we're gonna be having the wrong equip glitch routed in. Whether it'll be faster, I don't know. I have not done any timing on this as of yet. It's mostly just been off feel and what feels like it's nice and smooth and fast, and getting it to work in the context of a full run has been tough. Yeah, Tree Plot and TJ and TGP all put in a lot of time kind of figuring out some of the more specifics of how it works, and it should work. I've had it not work randomly when I'm doing the same setup I've always done. So I'm going to be saving before I do any of that stuff. And then today found out I was doing like last minute verifications on the wrong equip glitching, and one of mine failed. And it failed consistently, which means mechanic I thought was correct was not. So I had to quick reroute, add in an extra little trip to get materials earlier than I need to, because I need the wrong equip before the point that I thought I was gonna be able to. Oh my god. Breakdown somewhere on how it works. I think somewhere in the Discord. Yeah, I think TJ wrote up like a brief summary somewhere in the wrong equips. Basically, it's you material exchange something that is equipped to a party member that is not in the active party, and that glitches their slot out, so that typically the next weapon you get, either from a drop from an enemy or from buying it, will get instantly put into that slot. But there's a lot of asterisks, and you can do it with the item box with items you already have, but it's a big pain in the butt. I do not have any item box equipping in my route. Okay. It should hopefully work pretty smoothly. I don't like having to tab over to a different screen to do my scrolling through my notes. But I'm gonna have to make do. Because my tablet is dumb and not charging. I can... It has charged 4% in 15 minutes. It's so bad. I don't know why it's so broken. It's a really old tablet. All right, let's get to it because we got a long time to go. And we're gonna try and do kind of general marathon style commentary and stuff while we're doing it, because I want to submit this to RPG Limit Break, which submissions close in a couple days. So if things go wrong today, have an updated PB. Also, hi Eddie. No, I'm hoping for a 20-minute improvement off my run, but we'll see. I have no estimate. I have no estimate for what this is going to be. All right, let's get to it. Hello, hello, and welcome to an Infinite Wealth speed run with a brand new route that adds in some lovely glitches later on. Hopefully they plan out as... okay, never mind. Let's restart that. Hello, hello, welcome to a speedrun of Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the latest mainline entry in the series and continuing the JRPG style format. And I'm running it today with a brand new route, including a glitch that we haven't routed in until now. So everything should go as I planned. God, I do it every time. I don't want to say it should go. I just want to be like, it has a lot of potential, is what I want to say. Hello, hello, welcome to an Infinite Wealth Like a Dragon speed run with a brand new route, including a weapon glitch later on. That should be a nice God, I do it. I keep saying should, and I just want to sound, confident, but I'm really bad at sounding confident. Hello, hello. Welcome to a Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth speed run. And this is the unveiling of a brand new route that includes a weapon glitch later on. That has a lot of potential, and you're going to see just how that potential comes into play later on. Welcome, I'm Mechanalyst Tom, and let's get this started because we got a long run ahead of us. All right, let us begin in 3, 2, 1, go. This is Infinite Wealth, the latest entry in the Yakuza franchise, continuing the JRPG style format of the last one. Starting off about a year after the escapades of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Don't mind how confusing the naming structure is. And starting about a year after that, and Ichi's helping out people at Hello Work, having a regular job. And we already are to a little bit of speed tech that TJ found, is that this, whenever you get into like a tight turn animation for running, it's like a decent speed increase. Like over the course of like the whole run, you probably save like 15 seconds or something. So we're going to be kind of wiggling the controller back and forth to try and get some snaking going on. It's very silly. It's not easy to do consistently, but I'm going to be doing that as best I can as we go along. And this is just introducing our tutorial system where we can attack, we can guard, we can hit people on the ground while they're down for a free critical hit. We got skills to do extra damage. And for these perfect guards added in this game are the perfect guards have a hit stun effect to them. So as often as we can, we actually don't want to be guarding because it'll be actually slowing us down ever so slightly. I'm only going to be trying it mostly when our party members are going to be knocked back in some sort of way. That way, they don't have to like go through their getting back up animation. It's going to be happening a lot with this. I'm going to be like purposely only guarding the last hit of the enemy's attack. That way Ichi doesn't go into that animation. He can go straight into his attack. And it's also going to help in some fights where enemies are going to be hitting us and we don't want Ichi to back up so the enemies don't have to run as far to hit him. It's very silly. Gotta help out Hamako, who's fallen. Back on Ichi's way to work. Yeah, this game adds quite a bit of a little extra nuances to the way the combat worked in the previous entry. The major one that's going to be coming into play in this tutorial fight coming up shortly is that we can actually move our party members mid-combat. It is an excellent addition, a very wanted addition, because there were so many attacks that were lines and areas of effect that it was kind of just really luck whether you'd be able to get anything to line up. But now you have the option to line up on your own. And the major thing that also works out is that all party members can do weapon attacks with bikes and such. Oh, that is a very unfortunate hit there. Isobe got stunned, which is nice. Isobe can't actually be defeated until the next turn. Unfortunately, these two did not line up, so I'm just gonna hit this guy to take him down, and hopefully the other two line up that I can chain them. Probably not. Nope. Unfortunate. So I'm just gonna have to attack them both. Normally Isobe would be the only one left, but we take what we can get. And now to start off a whole RPG speedrun. Can't forget it's a Yakuza game, so let's do some shogi. Shogi is actually very critical for this speedrun. We need a lot of intellect. A lot of intellect. And shogi is our best way to do so. We can already see that we're going to be getting 40 intellect right here just because we completed one puzzle shogi, and that's only going to increase. And we are going to need to hit intellect level 5 by a certain point in the run so that we can unlock a certain job class. Shogi is our best way to do it, and also we're going to be doing a glitch later on in shogi that is actually incredibly useful because it allows us to basically infinitely grind shogi points. But for now, we're just working through all the puzzle shogi. It's a dedicated solution every single time, which makes it very nice and consistent for the speed run. We don't do these takebacks first. It allows you to turn off takebacks during puzzle shogi for like an extra 100 points, but we actually don't need them for the first 9. So we're just gonna save the 1 input each time. In favor of just going with the fastest. But during our shogi 10, shogi 10's plural, we're gonna be doing that we're gonna be doing takebacks for all of those. Yep. Now that we're past the first 5, puzzle shogis 6 through 10 are 2-step solutions. And we're using a lot of mouse movement here to pan up. Get pieces moved a long ways across the board faster. Trying to balance my controller work and my mouse work is very tricky, very finicky. Puzzle shogi 8. Doing some promoting of shogi pieces to accomplish the goals, and now we're on to 9, and then we'll be getting into the lovely little glitch that I believe it was TGP that found for us. Oh, come on. This one always has to think. And now we're on to shogi 10. We're going to be doing takebacks. And we're going to repeat shogi 10 a total of 10 times. Turning on takebacks. Oh, there we go. And now, instead of hitting confirm after we complete the puzzle, we instead back out. Because the game has 2 different flags that it sets. One for giving you the points, and then one for setting completion time. Or setting it so that you actually completed it. But we can exit out in between those 2. And it doesn't say that we ever actually completed it. So, what we can do is get the free 4,000 shogi points for completing puzzle shogi 10 over and over and over again as we see fit. And that is going to allow us to get 2 very expensive shogi items very early on in the game, and we are going to sell those for a lot of money. Money is... it's called infinite wealth, and the game is very stingy with money for quite some time. So our early game money routing is incredibly crucial. So getting this amount of money early on is super helpful. Makes so many of our strategies work, and it actually allows us to do ostensibly nothing during one section of the game, which actually saves like 3.5 minutes over not doing something. Strangely enough. Dang, I keep hitting diagonals. It's throwing me off. I think we got about 3 or 4 more. We end up with about 55,000 shogi points is what we need. There should be about 3 more from here. And during our final shogi, we need 100% need to actually confirm that we did it. Because otherwise, it will not give us our last bit of intellect for completing all 10 puzzle shogis. It is very critical that we do that. Yes, one more. Okay, now this is our final one. And we confirm. Confirm that we actually did it. And now we'll use all those shogi points to get our fun stuff. Nope, not going back into more shogi. 2 revolvers, a level booster, and 3 Professor Mutants is what we need. Level booster is actually come into play and actually gotten very critical to have. So now we're going to immediately exchange these heavy weapons, those Desperado revolvers, into money and purchase some basic items with them. Buy 5 base points. Sell equipment, sell those revolvers, and head on up to the bar. Now we begin the segment that Ichi is going to be getting some dating advice from his friends Nanba and Adachi, and we need to select specific options for how we want Ichi's personality to change from these. First, we want to act natural, get us some extra style. That is the other personality trait that we want to get to a certain level. Go for beef wool. That one doesn't matter. And for the last one, Ichi wants to look nice and organic. Well, he's going on a date with Sayako. It gets us some more intellect. And now that we are right next to this area, we're going to buy from this shop. Buy value pack insoles. One of them equip. The other one don't. And off to Rose Blossom Cabaret. She's got to rest up for that date with Sayako, and then we'll get more personality options as Sayako, or Ichi and Sayako's date goes okay, and then maybe doesn't go okay. In this, we do our mashing of text boxes until we get like a little hiccup in the dialogue, like right there. And then that is our cue to cutscene skip. We're going to be taking Nanba's advice for a lot of this stuff early on. And then our last choice, got to be cool and stylish like Adachi. And we're hoping for a good lineup here. Good. Because that should hope... I think they fell a bit too far apart. Yeah, they did. If they didn't connect like that, I was going to be able to take them both down with that one barrel, but unfortunately that guy fell in a different direction. Very unfortunate. Hopefully, we should be able to get a nice Tenacious Fist knockback. This is all about that movement that we got. A little bit of movement let me line up so that Ichi could knock those two enemies into each other, which is super, super helpful in these early fights. Howdy, Firelight. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the good luck. But now, Ichi went and ruined his date with Sayako. So we gotta try and make amends, and then Ichi promptly, kind of makes it a little bit worse. And then promptly a time skip of 1 year later where Sayako and Ichi haven't talked to each other. So yeah, it went pretty bad. And now Ichi got fired. It's just all coming down. Dang it, we could have had a happy-go-lucky adventure of Ichi in Hawaii, but no. Has to start with him losing his job. And now we are taught that we can now do what we did in the previous entry. We can treasure hunt, we can scrounge up for extra money and whatnot, but we actually don't need to do any of that for the speedrun. We used to a little bit back before we found the glitch to farm shogi points, but now that we have all this extra money, we don't need it. And not only has Ichi gotten fired, he's now getting blackmailed, so let's deal with some of these ne'er-do-wells. Ooh, that should be a 2. Nice. All these little guys go down into just a regular attack, but we wanted to do extra damage to Asakura because he has a lot of HP. Now we're hoping for some good knockback chains. Oh, perfect. Because with that, goodbye. We bought those baseballs after our shogi, and that baseball does the equivalent of 4 of Tenacious Fists right now. Ooh, baseballs and thrown items are going to be key for the early parts of this speedrun where we don't have much in the way of stats. So we threw 1 baseball, and now we got to put the rest away. Oh. Put the rest away so we can use them later. Now we head back to Hello Work because Ichi at Hello Work was actually... Oh, wow. Okay, that's unfortunate. I don't know why, but in these like first chapters, the enemy sight radius is very long and it's like an instant trigger. I just didn't think it was going to be that long. Oh, and I'm not getting good runaway directions. Come on. Ah, that was unfortunate. Usually they do not engage that quickly. Usually there's a bit of warning, but no, that was quite instant. But yeah, Ichi was helping out Yakuza that were left out in the cold after the Omi clan and them all disbanded at the end of the previous entry. So they needed a place to go, and Ichi was being a good guy and helping them out. And now that he's gone, has no idea what they're going to be doing. Got to get more baseballs because those are our biggest damage sources right now. And after all that's happened, it turned out Namba and Adachi also got blackmailed, and now the team's back together, baby. Back to it, and now the enemies all look weird again because Ichi's got his imagination going. Oh, that guy moved a little bit too far forward. This could have hit all of them. Oh, he didn't get a good line. That's unfortunate. If I would have been able to line them both up there, Ichi or Adachi would have been able to finish. Also, a fear? Okay, this should finish off. That was awkward. I've never actually gotten feared from this fight before. Okay. Now we head on in, get Jumbo Sausage for Adachi, Bamboo Broom for Nanba, Massage for Ichi, shoot. And Health Ring onto Ichi. And we run on over. Don't mind the timer right now. We did a lot more shogi grinding than previously, so that time loss is to be expected. We find out the Seryu clan, the local mafia here, has been up to no good in the power vacuum of the other Yakuza clans leaving. So we need to figure out what the heck they're up to, but their main entrance is closed. How could they? So we need to find a different way, and while we're doing that, get a bottle of sake. Deposit. All but 20,000 yen. Because we don't need that money for later, and we might in fact be getting, have our stuff stolen at some point, and we don't want to give that up. 20,000 is enough for everything we need to do. And this fight, Batbreaker takes them all down in one. Nice and easy. Now we find out that there's a secret hidden entrance in the sewers. So that's where we get to go. Let's go. My time loss is to be expected, no worries. And we'll slide on in through the underground into Seryu Clan HQ. And we had needed that health upgrade because, or that health ring, because it gives Ichi an extra 5 damage, and that actually does a lot of clinching of damage ranges when our attack is like only 50. So it's like a 10% increase to damage right now. Very, very crucial. 10% if not even more because of the damage formula, which this game uses a modified Dragon Quest formula for damage. Wanted to knock back that guy into there. Perfect. Nanba hits him with the Pyro Belch. That guy is dead already. Fantastic. And hit the last guy with a baseball. Those two have a lot of HP for right now, and because we took no extra fights, we have such little damage. So baseball makes that very, very smooth. These guys all start nice grouped together. Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't want to have to do a Pyro Belch, but unfortunately Nanba can outspeed Ichi here, even with the Value Pack insult. Nanba can clear him up quickly, but I prefer Ichi to just hit them all with one of those barrels or one of those cylinders, because that ends the fight very, very quickly. Now we run right next to this barrel for Ichi to go first in this fight. Knock this guy into the wall. That takes him down instantly. And this might actually be perfect. Adachi rarely outspeeds. So if Adachi is next to a weapon, he can finish him off. Beautiful. And now we use the intelligence items. We gear Ichi or Nanba. You steal those value pack insoles. So now Nanba's gonna be the one outspeeding. Got those Professor Mutants done to increase our intellect. Nice and quick. Now hopefully Ichi or Nanba goes first, and these guys run forward to Hopefully line up. I'm not sure that's gonna hit the guy in the front. No, it won't. Dang it. Unfortunate. They usually line up, but sometimes they just really don't. Ugh. None of these guys are lining up either. I should have hit the bum because he was going to be going next. Little bits of time lost here and there are not fun to deal with. Adachi has the weakest amount of damage, but he also has baseballs. Yeah, at this point in time, Adachi really doesn't even have anything to do damage with. We're done with the first half of the set piece. Head on up, and this is really why we wanted Nanba going first, is for this portion of it. Because these guys should hopefully line up. Might not get the guy on the right. Dang it. These guys typically line up so that it's nice and easy for Nanba to finish them all off. But we got Ichi to close it out. Now we're running on through the set piece that we spent time in chapter 4 of the previous game. So quite familiar with this run around. And if it wasn't important Nanba was going fast before, it is crucial for this one because he can hit, hopefully, the vast majority of these big groups of enemies before they get in the way. Might be too far out of range. We'll take that. Oh, unfortunate that guy survived. That's very rare that they survive with a little bit of HP. I think he quite literally had 1 or 2 HP. Oh, the damage ranges. There is a plus or minus 5% to damage calculation in this game. Makes things sometimes very frustrating. Hopefully that hits that guy in the back instead of Nanba. Perfect. Love going bat breakable. And we basically need nothing. Oh, wow. Nice teleport. Because Ichi got snagged on the chair, he teleported back to the door. Oh, man. It's an awkward lineup. Oh, nice. That guy dodged right into it. Take care of these two. That guy gets an attack off, but Ichi's gonna get, or Adachi's gonna get him with the TV. And finish him. Now we gotta pick up some items. Incendiary grenade, one of our very few AoE options at this point in the run. We gotta save that for later. And we're gonna be grabbing a safe key, because we're going to be opening up safes, and they are actually limited use safes in this run for some reason. I'm not quite sure why they decided to do that. We'll grab that down jacket. Gear, Ichi needed to equip that down jacket and then steal one of Nanba's value pack insoles, because we want Ichi going a bit faster, and that down jacket is actually one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the game, surprisingly enough. We want to monkey flip this guy into the corner so that we can get some knockback damage. Get some bouncing off the wall damage, like so. And Nama's gonna hit him with baseball, and that'll put us into the cutscene. But yeah, the down jacket is actually one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the game, because it gives innate resistance by about 25% to all physical and ice damage. The ice we don't care about so much, but that physical resistance is going to be very, very helpful. Adachi doesn't do much damage, so he's gonna baseball. And we're gonna hopefully get some good lineups on enemies. Please. I believe it is blunt and ice, but I'm wrong. Oh, come on. Come on, targeting system. Ah! Targeting system wouldn't let me pick Kawaki. Unfortunate. I normally don't want to hit Kawaki with Namba because Namba is like, that happens. Okay, sir, you can walk a little faster than that. But now we're just going to be aiming for more lineups. Hopefully he doesn't get bounced off the pillar here. Oh, of course he gets bounced off the pillar. Ugh. Really bad. Really bad fight. Not good bounces, not good lineups for AoE. Just how things always tend to pan out in the early game of this speedrun. It's just very unfortunate. There's not really a whole lot we can do about it. That is unfortunate. But alas, we move on. Move on to what's not really an auto-scroller kind of cut or chapter, but kind of plays out like a like an auto-scroller. Just because there's not a whole lot that we do here, and it's mostly just from point A to point B. There's not a whole lot excess that we do in this chapter. So now we find out that Ichi's mom is actually alive. So we need to go find her. But first, we gotta go grab those baseballs we stored previously and head on over to Chinatown. There's almost always an enemy spawn up ahead, so in the meantime, we are going to go to the red vending machine and get a coffee. And talking with vending machines or other vendors, anything that takes you into a sub-menu is actually going to despawn enemies for us. We don't have to use it too much in this speedrun, but it is very handy on occasion. And we actually need that coffee for later. That coffee will increase the amount of money we get from a fight by 50%. We actually need it for a little bit of the early game money management. Because as much as it's like, oh, we have a lot of money, we put a lot away for now, but it all comes back and is very tight. Head off to survive. Nope. I'm trying too hard to do my snaking that I'm actually ending up running into enemies. Now Ichi's getting all of his things sorted out, trying to tie up some loose ends around town before he heads off to Hawaii, in which he's going to be there for quite some time. Howdy, TJ. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the good luck. We're going to be running on up to a pawn shop because we do have enough money for it, so we are going to buy some extra items in the form of rocket launchers. Did 3 work out? What 3? And now we make our way out. Bring Nancy. Gotta make sure to bring Nancy, our lovely crayfish companion. Was unfortunately not gonna be seen in the speedrun, but give this guy a bat breaker. Give him a baseball and Adachi will bop him on the head. Or not. That was a really high damage roll on the Pat Breaker and the baseball. That's the first. I've never actually seen that kill outright. Oh. And now we get back to the B and head on out for Hawaii. The lovely, lovely tropical island. And it's going to go perfectly. There's going to be no problems, no bad things that happen. Surely nothing that could cause an additional 5 hours of speed. And the first thing that happens to Ichi is he takes a cab out to town. And he gets held at gunpoint by a fine gentleman. Unfortunately, he walked forward. We wanted him to stay back there so that we could bounce him off the wall for extra damage. We were hoping for a paralysis from our weapon effect. We didn't get it. Unfortunate. This is about as slow as the fight can go. Because then we finished him off with the base. If we got a wall bounce and a paralyze, that fight is over so fast. But alas, it is pure RNG whether or not that's going to happen. And now we get our first break of the run. Unfortunately, this is just a walking section with no way to speed it up. So we get a good 45-second break or so. Ugh. Oh man. Bit of a rocky start to the run, but that's okay. This is the first time doing this, first time running this with having a second monitor be my setup for notes rather than my tablet, because my tablet for whatever reason is not charging. So having to adapt a little bit on the fly to alt-tabbing to scroll my notes. Thing here, quick. Sign it to the right person, yes. All right. Ichi met this fine fellow AG on the plane, helped him help him get out of his seat at the airport because Ichi knew the young master from the previous game. And Ichi, that was always bound to a wheelchair. So Ichi, he's just a really good guy, helping him out. Someone lost their scarf. Ichi, again, also being a very, very kind person, just immediately diving into the water and going to grab it. And now we got this fight dealing with some more punks, and this is one of the more annoying fights because it starts off with AG giving us some lovely support, giving us a buff, but that gives the enemies time to get out of line. Please think. Oh, I don't think that worked. Nope. Gosh, dang it. This is gonna be 3 turns. It sucks. Oh, they are refusing to line up. We really wanted to get a lineup on Cole, the big guy, to start. So we could finish him off in 2 turns, but alas, it's rough. After that, we need a little bit of a snack.
Aloha. Thank you.
Grab a quick tuna salad sandwich. And now we get another 45-second break. Oh, yeah. Had one of those guys run straight into a car the other day. Oh. It's fantastic. I've never had it happen to me, but if it takes them out, that'd be great. Cars can really pack a punch in this run, and we can get ran over in this run. It's highly unlikely for it to happen because we're going to have a different form of movement, and the game does its best to not kick us off that movement. So a lot of times cars will run straight into you, and for the most part you just ignore it. But I have very rarely gotten run over while doing it, so we'll see what'll happen later. This is why I kind of refer to chapter 2 as a little bit of an auto-scroller. We get a little bit of the very initial RNG from those first few fights, but then this final fight that we're coming up on has, for the most part, doesn't mess up. There's some weird teleporting with thrown items that can happen where Ichi gets put in a different spot because the game doesn't like how he's lined up, or he doesn't have enough space from enemies. That could potentially throw us off and make our AoE damage not hit correctly. But it's, I'd say probably 80% of the time it doesn't mess up, so hopefully we don't have that happen. I've already showed you far too many things that that can happen poorly in the run. And we're at the beginning. Okay. And finally, auto scroll is done. Now we got a lot of enemies here. We don't have much in the way of AoE damage. So hopefully these guys stick together while AG gives us another buff. And hopefully this hits all of them. Good. Small environment, they can't really spread out that much, but somehow I can miss some of them sometimes. So this fight used to be a big worrying point if any of those ads survive, but now that we have the down jacket, it's really not that much of a concern. With that extra blunt resistance, we'll be quite safe. But we're gonna perfect guard Yamai here anyway, just because that crowbar hurts. And he gets 2 turns per turn, so he does a lot of damage. AG's got a reboot. Yamai, if you didn't know, uses that crowbar. Play baseball. He whiffed it, but he plays baseball. Ah! Rude. Yeah, these, I'm not really having to care that much about perfect guards because these are the only attacks he's gonna get. But he'd be doing 70 damage if I didn't have the down jacket. And goodbye, Yamai. Steps into the cutscene once it's Ichi's next turn. Yamai's not a fan of AG doing it low, but AG's got the moves. Getting back at him. Gives time to Ichi to come back in with the drop kick. And he's down on the ground, which is perfect for us. Goodbye. And that is the end of chapter 2. Basically the auto-scroller. As close to an auto-scroller chapter as we get. Now Ichi found out the location of where his mom should have been at, took a taxi on over, and promptly met a nice welcoming housemaid who took all of his stuff and left him naked on the beach. Gosh, it's just going so well for Ichi. Then Ichi got arrested for it. We got all of our stuffs taken. And by all of our stuff, they just took our money. Like, we still have all of our gear and stuff, but they did steal our money. Which is why we decided to deposit our money earlier in Chapter 1, so that we didn't have to wait until the beginning of Chapter 5 to get that money back. So instead, in Chapter 4, we're actually going to get our money back before we do a big amount of purchasing before the first real major set piece. We had the kind of a shorter set piece in Chapter 1 with the Seiryu Clan HQ. And this chapter doesn't have a set piece. It's lots of story and tutorials and getting things set up. But Chapter 4 has an absolute doozy of a set piece that's like 20 fights. It's a very long, very intensive set piece. There's been a lot of work to revamp it, and all this extra money that we got is going to make it pretty dang smooth, hopefully. Things always go wrong in it, but hopefully it goes pretty smooth. Oh, hey, we've seen this guy. Joryu, or Taichi Suzuki, or I don't know what other names that he's had over the years. Kiryu? I think it's Kiryu. But he's rejoined us. Him and Ichi are gonna fight together. And he's got a neat thing. His main JRPG style, the Dragon of Dojima, has 3 different stances that he can do. Oh. Did not mean to do that. I meant to go for a proximity attack. That way he actually finishes off these enemies. So unfortunately, I'm actually not doing great on... Nope, nope. Sir. Oh, that guy ran away. It's unfortunate. Oh, nice. I've never had that kind of a knockback before. Hopefully that chains. Nice. Okay. This isn't too bad. When enemies are guarding, or Brawler in general is a grapple, and grapple moves in this game break guard. And when they break guard, it actually increases how much damage they do. So guarding in front of Kiryu Beast is a bad idea, and you'll just do more damage. That was an okay fight. Not fantastic. And now we gotta do this shop. You buy that, don't equip it. Gear, Ichi, you get value pack. Kiryu gets a health ring and an optimize, and we go. The pole heat action. Yeah, Kiryu also has heat actions that it can do by either in close proximity to an enemy or when they're standing by. Actually, it's when Kiryu is standing by a certain object that his thing will turn into an essence or one of like the Kiwami style moves. I usually don't do them too much, but might have to look into that more if that pull speeds things up. Now we know that learn that Kiryu can make friends in Hawaii, and unfortunately that's the only real time we're gonna be doing any of that. There's some potential for some styles to get routed in. Or some waves in getting friends to be routed in so that we can get some style points or some intellect, but in the end I think the majority of them just aren't really fast, so not doing any at the moment, but there's a few that we've had our eye on that are potentially fast. Now we're making our way over to our faster movement option now that we're in Hawaii. Because we gotta get some Daytona on. Oh, baby, we're zooming. I agree, Ichi. And some guys didn't like our segue. Unfortunately, Ichi didn't outspeed. Unfortunate. Lost a little bit of time for them attacking, but no big deal because we got 2 baseballs and 2 enemies. Goodbye. Now we have the Street Surfer for all our zooming needs. And where it goes straight back. This is probably like a good 30 or so, like 30-40% faster movement over walking. So we're going to be using it in most situations. And now we have to hope for a good fight here because this fight is the most frustrating. These enemies are a big pain in the butt. We have 1 thrown item left. And hopefully... Okay, he guarded, but that's not the worst. Oh, unfortunately, I didn't get quite enough to get the back attack, but this will. This is going to be crit and big damage. Goodbye. That first rocket is so tricky to actually get to hit all the enemies, depending on where they move. But that actually wasn't so bad. And now the person that taxi driver who held us at gunpoint is now our new ally, Tomizawa. And Tomi is an excellent contributor to the team. Now we learn of some fortunes for a second currency, and we're actually going to use that to get some stuff in the next chapter. But for now, we just need the 2 good fortunes here. And we'll make our way out to the end. Now the game has told us that there's secret kind of mini boss encounters throughout the city as well, which we'll be seeing some of those later as well that hold some fancy bits of equipment and weapons and things at the exchange of being little mini boss fights, so they can be a little bit tough, but there's some of them that are very worth getting. So we'll be doing that as we get to it. And now we found ourselves a little cut purse. Stealing someone's purse. Gotta chase him down. In our last little chase sequence. Last? I think it's the last. Last? I think it's the last. I'm just following the commands. Not too much that we gotta do here, so it's a nice little break. Always the same inputs, so no big deal. That one's always really early for some reason. Get him, Tomi! Get him! Ah, dang it. Juke this. Now, hopefully I'll be able to show something off that's always fun. Gotta dodge this guy's stuff, and hopefully we can run far enough left where... Oh, dang it. Ichi didn't bounce off the tree. But it's fine. He gets scared, and Ichi goes in for the dive tackle. Gets him. Great form, Ichi. And now that guy went running off again, and apparently it's a really, really bad thing to be running off at night around this area. Because Hawaii doesn't really have a main Yakuza sect, but they do have other kinds of mafia sects, and they would be the Barracudas. And they did some not great things to that cut purse. We'll just leave it at that. It wasn't great for him. And we also get introduced to Bond Bingo. We can do certain bond chats with our party members to build relationships, and we are going to actually be doing quite a few of those over the course of the run as they line up with our route, so that mainly Tomi and one other party member later will be able to reach certain bond levels so that they can get certain job classes. And now Ichi's trying to figure out who took his money. Said it was the person named Chitose, and now we didn't find the right Chitose. We instead found Chitose Buster Holmes, Gary's daughter. And she's gonna be our first summon. Oh, really bad start to the fight. This is really bad. Because Chitose will finish off a bunch of, or ideally just finish everyone off in the first fight, but man, they spread out so far. Hopefully this is enough to kill. Ah, dang it. Okay. This is a really bad fight. There's no danger that this is actually gonna do anything bad, but it's really slow. Unfortunate. Ideally, they don't spread apart and Chitose just takes them all out right away. But the enemies can also guard. It's a big pain in the butt. And now that we're fairly close, we're going to be driving on down. Oh boy. I was looking at my notes and almost didn't see those enemies. We finally got a bit of money from those past few fights that we did, so we're going to use it so we can buy 15 different grenades. Now to press on. Get another good fortune that's right along the path. I used to wave at someone here for extra personality, but we don't need it. So instead, we need to get our tutorial in for Crazy Delivery. Kind of bit of Crazy Taxi and Pac-Man mixed together. Oops. Holding D-pad instead of analog stick. There is a method where you can end this last little text box sooner, but I've never had it work out for me. And now the real speedrun stuff comes into play. We gotta zoom. Zoom. It's another 3-minute break. I used to develop or I had developed a nice route where we could, we actually went pretty dang fast, and, but the downside is, like, I would have like a minute and 10 seconds left on the timer. Downside is whenever you make a delivery, it pauses the timer. So, that minute and 12 seconds left doesn't actually account to a minute and 12 seconds left. It actually accounts to about 30 seconds time loss. So it is 100% fastest to sit here and do nothing for 3 minutes because we don't want to slow down that time. It's very unfortunate. It was a lot of fun figuring out a really fast route and figuring out some technique so that like you would brake before doing the brake for the delivery, so that Ichi would, like, instead of doing a nice skid animation and do anything, he would just stop instantly and give the food away. So there was like a good amount of tech that I figured out in routing to make it go fast, but in the end you can't beat the fact that doing nothing is faster. It actually allowed me to get in that old route too, that allowed me to get 2 pairs of boots that were plus 10 agility, which was excellent. But because we have the extra money from Shogi, we have other ways of getting those agility shoes now. So it's just, all in all, ends up being notably faster for us to just sit here and do not a whole lot of anything. Luckily, the early game has good segments for, or good, very easy segments for reading off anything in the case of a marathon. Let's make sure I get the notes set up for the rest. I was just like, wow, I was gonna make up a lot of time in this chapter, and then I remembered that you just have to sit here for 3 minutes. Doing nothing is the weirdest speed strat I've ever seen. Just wait until we get to Dondoko. Oh, Dondoko. Also, welcome, Trombone Nori. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you can do tricks. Like, you can run around and do tricks and just mess around if you really want, but and not lose any time, but it's up to you. How do you want to use the 3 minutes? Unfortunately, the downside of that set piece too is that there's no way to exit out, so you kind of just have to deal with it. And over here to get that taxi unlocked for later. Head on back to our informant. We got paid 30 bucks for crazy delivery for doing a whole lot of nothing. And then we're gonna give it to this guy for some information. Excuse me, pardon me. Not for any tacos. Alas, we did not get any tacos. Honestly, we had the money for it. Could have gotten some tacos. It's a shame. Actually, now that I think about it, I can't remember if his inventory actually has tacos or not. Now we gotta run on over here to someone who apparently knows things about Chitose, or that Chitose is in District 5, and this corrupt cop knows how to get us into District 5. So we need to go say hi to Roman. And Roman is weak to electricity. And hey, would you look at that? We got flashbangs now. And this will also take out all those weaker guys as well. And an early paralysis is good to see. We need a little bit of extra damage from this QTE, so we don't want to fail it. Some QTEs we will actually fail on purpose because they save time, but most of them don't, and we usually want the extra damage that we get. All right, now let's play the roulette. He should be paralyzed. Oh, what the? How is he paralyzed and get a second turn? How did that work? But now we incendiary. Hopefully we get a fire. Good. We get a fast fight. Because then we incendiary again into flashbang, and it saves us a little bit of time in a fight in the next chapter. Because we wanted to save a flashbang, but now he won't die to this, but he will die to the fire. And that allows us to do a little bit of a faster fight in the next set piece, or in the next chapter, because an enemy is weak to lightning. Otherwise, we would have had to use all 3 flashbangs in the Roman fight. Or all 5 flashbangs, I should say. And off to the end of this chapter. We have to make sure to get off of the... our segue on those stairs, because those stairs love to just destroy all of your momentum. There's some stairs in this game that will completely destroy all of Ichi's momentum. I somehow gold splitted that chapter. Somehow gold splitted that chapter, even with that very terrible Chitose fight. Now we learn that things aren't going so great for Kiryu either. So now we gotta help out Kiryu hopefully get better through his medical troubles. Wrong mesh. And from here, fight our first crown enemies. These gentlemen here. The Swolympiad. Because they are guarding some XP increasing gear. And that is crucial. But he's also weak to fire, and we have a lot of grenades, so goodbye. Nice speedy fight. We got those weights. We're not going to put them, or the ankle weights, we're not going to put them on just yet. Head on out to Aloha Beachfront. Make our way over to the blacksmith to learn that we can craft items and upgrade items and brand them with special statuses. And we're not going to care about that until chapter 9. Oh, I got really confused. I thought they were in the distance. For whatever reason, my brain thought those guys were on the other side of the street. I have no idea what happened there. I have no idea how I misinterpreted that one. And this is the fight that we actually save a little bit of time. He is weak to lightning, and now that we were able to save a flashbang, it's just a simple flashbang. And a liquid nitrogen, and we're done. But yeah, in comparison to our little grenades here, our best attack with Ichi right now would probably do about 75 damage. Or like 100 damage to that guy versus a lightning grenade did 225. So like it does not compare right now. Thrown items are our best by far form of damage. And now that we're right over here, we withdraw all of our money. We're going to be using a lot of it. We buy 3 intoxication grenades, and we head on out to grab a fortune that's right over here, and off to Diamond Head. Now in this chapter, we're going to need to get to 40 fortune points, so we kind of routed in whatever ones are close or nearby our directions that we're going. And there's a +3 right here for a good. We have a +4 right here as a best fortune. And so we make our way over to the mall. Do a Tomy Bond bingo along the way. There's a lot of stuff in this chapter took a long time to route for what's along the path for things. Such as another fortune right here, if I can grab it, a +2. Stop by this shop.
Aloha.
Buy 2 rockets and 5 hallucinogenic bombs. Oh, Ichi didn't have to close the door. Alright, on over to here. Buy 2 wind sneakers, 1 for Ichi and 1 for Kiryu.
Thank you.
Get another fortune right there. We get a call that our Sujimon sensei has arrived in Hawaii, taking a little vacation. We're paying attention to the mini map here to make sure we're not getting run over. Why were those benches out of sorts? What in the world? Odd stuff happens in this game, in this speedrun. But now we get to do some Sujimon battling. The game has like a 3v3 Pokemon style battling, and it's actually a lot of fun. I actually really like this minigame. But they do force us to do this tutorial fight, and so we're just going to do it as fast as we know how, which is basically just letting the middle guy do all the work and mashing through all the cutscenes and all the dialogues. I get one turn to attack. I think this guy has the faster animation of the two, which is nice to see. It's RNG whether the left or the right guy attacks. And then you do the special attack, and you just mash it and you get the max tier damage. Doesn't even matter what damage you do, it's just fastest to max it as soon as possible, or just tap it as soon as possible, and we're done. Woo! Hi, Cammy. It's a weird seeing US currency in the Yakuza game. Fair. That is very fair. We'll see what kind of currency they do for the Majima pirate game that's coming out soon, or is already out. I don't know. I think it's soon. Maybe it'll be Majima doubloons. And for some reason, we have to mash through this cutscene. We can't cutscene skip it. And as any good Pokemon starter knows, you pick Squirtle. And for some reason, he's not resistant to ice, even though he's the water type, and we appreciate that. So now we get our catching tutorial. Just take it. Take it. I'd give you praise for picking it up, but you're gonna pick it up anyway. Yeah, we don't have to do anything. This is tutorial. It's an automatic catch. All right, now we're off to some more routing shenanigans. We start right next to this shop. We're going to be getting more thrown items, baseballs and volleyballs for more damage. Make our way up to here. Grab that Tomy conversation. And now we actually don't do anything in this mall. We used to stop for a fortune along the way, but we don't have to do that anymore. It's a little bit faster for us to just skip right by it. Goes in that trash can along the way. Get another Tomy bond there. Head on out over here. Get this container that has a dropped item increasing, or enemy drop increasing item. Go there so we don't get hit by the tram. Unlock this taxi back here. Loop on back. Loop on the third back. This way. Sir. That guy was gonna hit me. And doing this all on foot would be terrible. This is really why we get the street surfer as soon as possible. Loop down here to get that taxi. Come on over to the market here. Get this taxi. Oh, that enemy placement. Rough. And we need to swing on over here. And while we're here, we're actually just going to hop on off.
Welcome.
And buy 2 modified rockets, an even more powerful rocket. We're not going to use it for a while, but we're already right here and we need to swing for that taxi grab anyway, so might as well. And we drive on over here to get that taxi. Grab this fortune. All the routing in this took so long. buy all of our modified grenades and the
Thank you for stopping by.
cyber choker and auto instalo. Oh boy, it took a long time to kind of figure out what the best sequence of events was for that. There was a lot of stuff, a lot of fortune grabbing, personality, getting taxis unlocked, etc., etc. So much stuff. And unlocking that good grenade shop up there. Now we got to get a burger. This will give us an agility buff meal because in this game, if your party leader's level is lower than the enemy's, you get a penalty to your turn speed, or your first turn speed. So agility buffs are going to be our best friend throughout this speedrun. Excuse me, pardon me. Run on south to grab that fortune. Talk to Kazumi. This is actually a different thing that I'm doing. Going to Kaku Avenue because I'm actually doing the second part of the Kazumi quest line now. Because we need extra fortune, and there's also another thing that we can do along the way for personality. So we're gonna swing through the middle here. Grab that Tomy conversation. Go up the escalator on our Segway. Talk to this lovely woman. Get honked, which will give us 30 intellect and style, both of the stats we want. Grab this best fortune that's right here, and yup, alley-oop into the cutscene. Third answer.
Oh.
And now from here, we're actually going to drive out to the east here. Hopefully there's not an enemy spawn, but there usually is. There is. So I'm going to have to save load this away. And this will unlock a taxi for us later. And then we go to the shrine. I'm going to have to hit up a different thing along the way. Grab, excuse me. Grab that last fortune. This will get us to plus 40. We have to very slowly get these things sequence by sequence to get to the thing we actually want, which is the lucky money charm. And we get out of here, then go to Seaside Avenue because we'll get it out of the way. Get another Tomy bond. I think I have that routed in somewhere else, but might as well do it now. Doesn't matter either way. Hi, Shib. Thank you for the good luck. And one last trip before we finally get into this dang set piece. So much setup for this set piece and beyond. So we need to refill all those basic grenades we had. But we are going to be entering into the set piece with about 50 different thrown items at our disposal. It's amazing.
Thank you very
Gear Ichi, you need those ankle weights, and Tomy, you need the lucky money charm and the happy light. And we head out the door, fast travel out to Diamond Head. And finally, we'll get to our set piece.
What are you looking at?
And yeah, this chapter is definitely where we notice our level difference. We are only 3 levels below the enemy, but anything beyond 2 is where it like really starts to ramp up our penalty on our first turn. And without the agility buff, basically every single enemy here will outspeed us. Like, it is awful. It is terrible to come into this set piece at this low of a level without an agility buff.
Don't get smart with me.
And now we get the Barracuda theme for the first time, and it slaps. Get these back two with an incendiary. Good burn. Volleyball will take care of Jose. Baseball will start dealing with these gentlemen. That guy's gonna die to the fire. And a baseball, and we're done. And now we get to some shenanigans that I learned from Froob, and that actually works really well for us. Is that in forced walking segments in the Yakuza franchise, it is faster to go first person. And while we're in the first person, we're going to take some lovely pictures of District 5, because if we take 10 pictures, we get 20 style out of it. It's very nice. So it just stacks two things well together. And now these next two fights are definitely where we would be having a bad time without the agility buff. But now that we have it, it's very, very manageable. Unfortunately, that front guy guarded. Hopefully this flashbang hits all of them. Very good. He is guarding. Oh, it's a baseball. Ichi will have to finish him off on his turn. It is unfortunate, but not the worst. Not the worst I've had this fight go. Hit him with the stool. But yeah, this is why we created an entire arsenal for us coming into this chapter. Ah, that guy guarded again. That's okay. We do have to get Ichi away from the weapon attack so that he can just break guard instead. And then Tomi will get the weapon attack. Unfortunate enemy guards, but there's nothing we can do about it. Now to hopefully skip the next fight. It's a little bit tricky. Hopefully we can get it. Go in between and loop back to the right here. Let the aggro drop. And up we'll go. Skips that fight. You don't have to drop the aggro there, but it is much safer to drop the aggro there. So very, very nice. Please don't fear. Nice, and they lined up for me. Perfect. Good fight. Now hopefully these guys line up for us as well. I think they lined up. That should hit them all. Beautiful. Beautiful fight. Now we have one baseball and one liquid nitrogen that we have spare that we can use whenever we need to, for whatever reason. These guys are terrifying. We want to get rid of them immediately, and that's why we're using our first modified grenades. Because they have way too much HP. Oh, wow. Low damage roll. That's okay. Goodbye. Yeah, those two shotgun guys can like double and triple hit our allies for like 200 damage. They are absolutely like, if we don't kill them, they can very easily kill us. It's terrifying if that doesn't go as planned. Luckily, our speed and the modified flashbangs make that much more palatable. But now we found our actual Chitose that stole our money. And she's gonna help us out for a little bit. And we need another slow section. Chitose! Chitose! People think you're gonna betray us later. Maybe that you're a double agent for the enemy. Do you have anything to say about these allegations? Chitose! We don't have to. Again, it's just faster to go into first person for these segments. Now Chitose is on our speed and she on our side and she is very fast. Oh no! They spread apart. That's really bad. I'll be using my extra stuff here then. Get a back attack. Perfect. Alright, it's good recovery. Yeah. I lost where I was in my menus. Menuing fast is crucial in this speedrun. Like getting to where to the thrown item you want quickly for especially these early fights is crucial. I dodged some lasers for some reason. Oh, come on. And because Chitose is so fast that she will outspeed pretty much everyone, which is fantastic for us. Gives enemies less time to move around and get to positions we don't like. We gotta make sure to run fast for this one. Okay, perfect. Get tagged once, but only once, which is really nice. We had to go fast so that we avoided that fight. Now get the stinking laser haul. I know that there's faster ways you can dodge some of these laser sets that TJ knows. But it's... Oh! I think you can... Luckily, Chitose comes with a healing ability, so we can just menu heal quick if we ever get actually damaged. I ran into way too many lasers.
What you looking at? What you looking at? Really pissing me off.
Okay. Modified flashbang into these three gentlemen back here to take them out. Use our last baseball here. If he was closer to the wall, that would have finished. But Ichi can just back. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. And you can run actually straight forward. You don't have to run to the catwalk like you're supposed to. Oh boy. Now we got a gauntlet of 3 fights. Hopefully they'll go well for us. Again, menuing quickly is great. We don't want them to get out of position. Don't want to give them any time to move from their starting positions. Okay. Oh, hello. I wasn't clicked into the game. Speaking of getting out of positions, now this is bad. Okay, we have 1 extra liquid nitrogen we can use. Downside of my setup that I'm not used to is that I keep having to click out and back into the game. Okay. Now let's do this again, shall we? Immediate flashbang. This guy's paralyzed. We could have finished him off with Ichi, but he's not. So instead we gotta wait until Kiryu.
And now the grand finale. Put your hands together for our top model extraordinaire.
The top models of the Barracudas. Oh, and the host is getting in on this too.
Showtime's over, boys and girls. Say your prayers.
And before these guys move, hit them with the modified liquid nitrogen. And a regular liquid nitrogen, and goodbye. Nice and fast. Yeah, this entire time we've had Ichi with XP increasing armor because the party leaders matter. Party leaders level matters most of all. So we are making sure that Ichi gets the levels that he needs. And even if it's just he's one fight faster to a certain level, that actually can matter for the XP route. So that we will properly outspeed versus enemies getting ahead of us and ruining our fight strats.
You seriously?
Okay. This is a flashbang, our last one. These barrel enemies. Oh, wow. Low damage roll. Come on. Way too many low damage rolls today. Now, this room is poisoned, which makes it a little bit harder to menu fast. So you have to menu that away first. Ah, shoot. Oh, that's bad. Sir, can you back up? Thank you. I probably won't hit all 4. Dang it. Can hopefully just bat breaker into attack. Finish. Not too bad. But yeah, unfortunately I messed up. I dropped an input. Get another XP increasing armor or accessory here. Hog the left. Get past these guys. Grab this briefcase while dropping aggro. Okay, Gear Ichi, you need the other ankle weight. Kiryu, you need value pack insoles ×2. Chitose, you get an optimize. Oh shoot. Get an optimize and you get the money and the health. Sorry. Again, my notes are not exactly where I like them to be. I'll do a quick menu here just in case. Do a little bit of snaking for minor bits of speed increase. And we fight Danny Trejo. Why did you get here? He is the leader of the Barracuda. We have some very good strats and some very good items for dealing with Dwight here. Modified Incendiary to deal with all their ads right away. Modified Liquid Nitrogen. Still getting used to. I rerouted the item usage in this set piece, so I'm still getting a little bit comfortable with with where my items are and where they were in the past. Our test of strength. Get him, Ichi! Again, we need the extra damage so that this fight goes well. Now it should be Dwight's turn. He does a charge up and hopefully guards. We want him to guard. Perfect. So we can give him a little bit of bath to break his guard. Now he gets one attack off that has no chance of killing us, even though it hurts a lot. And we hit him with the volleyball now, which oddly enough inherits some of the it inherits a weapon element, even though it doesn't say as much. So that little bit of elemental debuff that we gave him because of the elemental debuff that we gave Dwight due to scrub down actually increased our volleyball damage because Chitose has an electric weapon. So we hit him with an electric volleyball. And now Chitose's officially joined the party. Oh, come on. Now this fight, or this chapter is fairly... It's a very story-heavy one. It's very similar to other Yakuza games. where chapter 5 is where like a lot opens up. This is where it introduces our job system. It opens up many other systems as well. So it's a lot of running from point A to point B in this, while getting what we can. And we want the first options for these bond conversations because it does not particularly matter to us. None of these personalities that we can get from that conversation matter for the speed run. And we head on up and get a little hunk shoot. And while we are right outside, we're gonna run quick left. Get this Tomy Bond conversation. And head on over to the orphanage. Wonder what the bartender knows about suplexes. Howdy, Kami. Thanks for stopping by. And this is also where we learn about Palekana, the Hawaiian, what would it be called? Charitable organization. That we're gonna help out. We're gonna learn a few things about what they're doing for the people of Hawaii. While we're on the way, we're gonna hit up some other thing for lots of other things for bond points. Get this conversation on the side here. Hit R1. Get extra bond points for Tomy. Get the dock taxi unlocked. We're getting a little bit low on street surfer fuel, so we're going to refill that. That automatically hops us off the street surfer, so. Enter this cutscene from the back. And if an enemy isn't guarding here, this fight ends immediately. And they are. They almost always are. And he's so low on HP, I'm just gonna bop him. Doesn't matter that he's guarding. Excited for Pirate Majima? I am excited for it. I probably am not gonna play it for a very long time. Get on back to Aloha Street for some more agility meals. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get to it for a while. We've got a lot of stuff going on that I got to focus on after I'm done with this run. But I am excited. Are you kidding me? The amount of times I've gotten dragged into a fight instantly is way too high. This is getting ridiculous. Let's get some more agility meals here quick.
Aloha.
Again, unfortunately, there's only 2 buffs that we can get at a time out of our maximum 3 from Oahu Burger, so we do have to get 2 meals here.
Aloha.
Very annoying. And now we have to finish up the Kazumi Evolution sub-story route. Ah, excuse me, sir. We have to finish up this sub-story route. We have to summon the winds. His music video is not going to look good enough without them. Do the Mario Party strat. And now we unlocked one of the most powerful summons of the entire game. Kazumi Evolution. And we are not going to be using him until Chapter 8. It is the best time to unlock him right away. Just lines up with all the other things we're doing. And we can also get a bingo from our Bond bingo, which gives us extra Bond points. We're going to be getting quite a few of those with Tomy. Now we can't cutscene this one. And we are forced to get one job unlock right away, and all these job unlock cutscenes are unskippable. So we get to just have a nice little 30-second break here as well. Watch Ichi do some surfing. The Aquanaut, that class that we're going to get, is actually it's all right. It's a quite a fun casual class. For the speedrun, it's not that important, but Ichi is going to actually be on it for the next few chapters. Because in the end, it'll give Ichi an ability that is super helpful for the lane. Not critical, not the most necessary thing, but it's helpful. I gotta go to the changing booth to actually equip it. Change jobs. Ichi goes right to it, and let's make him Akiyama. Akiyama's gonna go surfing in the form of Ichi today. And if we didn't get enough photos, or if we got just 9 before, oh, you kidding me? I wasn't aimed right. But after doing that, we get the job unlock. Ichi's now Aquanaut for the upcoming fights, or for the upcoming chapter. And now we are off to do more things with Polycana. Oh yeah, and another major thing that we had to... Oh. You have to be cautious of those sand dunes. They can be enemies. And it's really difficult to tell. I was almost about to get into another fight there. Luckily, they yelled at me, so I was able to tell. And now that we have an agility buff, we're going to run on over to Crystal Aloha, and we're going to get another thing that's going to be able to increase how much money we're getting. Every bit of money increasing gear we can possibly get early, we will take it. Because it's so useful. So very useful for us. And hopefully this fight goes well. This fight can be a big pain in the butt. Hopefully these enemies spawn right next to the king. Mod liquid nature. There? Oh, this is awkward. That works. Kinda. Modified incendiary. Oh, this is bad. There's a lot of enemies that are left. Yeah, that should take care of the other big dog as well. All this damage will make the king go down. Guaranteed from this volleyball. You want to conserve one volleyball here. Just one volleyball here. That guy's guarding. Big mistake on his part. Oh, man. Yeah. Rough fight. Oh, I should have gave him a scrub down. Not sure this even goes. Rough fight. Those enemies did not really get a good lineup. Did not really get a good lineup for the grenades there, so I whiffed a lot of enemies. Unfortunate, but it happens. Now, the only real grenades that we have left are the regular rockets and the mod rockets that we didn't use during the set piece, 3 flashbangs, and 1 volleyball. And that's all we have to spare. Or that's all we are saving those for a reason. Because at the end of this section, we get to fight another boss where we need all those flashbangs. But yeah. Rough fight, you'd hate to see what's happened to me. Did you get charmed? That King of Bling can charm your allies, and that causes a massive slowdown. This, we have to do the Hawaiian Haunt, which is kind of like a randomized sequence dungeon. It's kind of neat to do casually, but for the speedrun, is bad. The first floor is almost always is 100% consistent. This one is completely random on where the exit is. So there's only so many layouts. Eventually, we'll get to the point where we map them all out. And also, we cannot get into any fights because we need to preserve our agility buff. I'm just really hoping that the exit is down this path. This is a long route. I think it should be. Perfect. Good. Not too bad up the second floor. Not too bad. Now we fight the boss of Hawaiian Haunt. Aim to the right. Should hopefully hit all three. Beautiful. Because we have no spare mod flashbangs anymore for this fight. So we need to land all three to take them all out. And goodbye. Good fight. That's why we wanted that agility buff, so that they could not get out of position. We get the jet board, a free nice bit of an actually pretty decent weapon for the Aquanaut class. And we're actually going to give that to Ichi. Report back to Polycana.
Oh.
And now that we used up all of our grenades, everything except for that one volleyball, let's refresh.
Aloha. Thank you for...
Here, Ichi can optimize. Oh. Didn't have to close the door on yourself, Ichi. Head on down to Lantern Street. Let's close out this chapter. We still have one more turn, or one more fight of agility buff that we preserved for just this fight, so that Chitose can outspeed the main enemy here. Hit this back line with a mod liquid nitrogen. Beautiful. This guy with the flashbang. That's actually the first that Kiryu's outsped. Oh boy. Oh, that is a perfect fight. Not only did we hit the main guy with the mod liquid nitrogen, he also got paralyzed before his first turn. And good fight. The only way that fight could have gone faster is if we got higher damage rolls. Normally, or if you didn't, or if you got lucky, you didn't have to do a attack with Chitose there. That was a perfect fight. All right. On to chapter 6. That has a fairly sizable change since we've done it last. Now we have a different grenade routing and what's going to come up soon, which is Dondoko Island, which has a new strat, and it's not the most exciting strat in the world. But first, we got to get there. Got to just rest up. Cutscene 5 times. 3. 4. Kiryu says, thanks, Kasuga. Is it here or is it after the next one? It's after this one. He says, thanks, Kasuga. Then you cutscene skip. 2 more times. And modified incendiary. This group Good fight. Thrown items are our best friend. They will not be our only strat for this speedrun. They are the critical thing for the early game where our weapons and our damage is just not that high. We only have a few more chapters or so where they're going to be our dominant form of damage. So now we get to Dondoko Island. And they gotta tutorialize some stuff for us first. Oh, these early auto lock-ons with the bat swings are a pain. Just need 10 trash there. Need to fight these enemies. Which again are kind of, if we can get them to group up, it's nice, but I usually just go for 3 single hits. Nice and easy. Okay, now we got the bat. Oh, dang it. It's optimal if you can get 2 rocks and a tree in one. I don't know why I always dive up there. These are the only parts of Dondoko where it's actually critical that we go as fast as possible. Crap the toilet with those stones we got. This is the only part of Dondoko where our time is actually going to be like critical. Put down that toilet.
Oh.
I gotta master all these tutorials.
Ah.
And welcome to... We don't gotta do anything. The lovely island of Dondoko where we do nothing. We used to, unfortunately, so to begin Dondoko, the game forces you to do the first 2 days of Dondoko. The clock for Dondoko is a real-time timer. I think it just uses the in-game tracking time, which is unfortunate because we cannot leave Dondoko and there is no way to speed up the in-game tracking time as far as we know. So we get to wait about 7.5 minutes each day doing nothing. We could break some more trash to get a little bit of extra money before we go or before we leave Dondoko, but I have it routed out where it's not necessary, so it saves like another 5 seconds or so, but there's nothing. So there's literally nothing I do. We used to run around, capture all the bugs, capture fish, get everything to get to 1-star Dondoko rank, which gets us $10,000 more than selling those 2 Desperado revolvers. It would get us $10,000, which would have been incredible. The downside is anytime you pick up a bug, enter a menu, do anything that pauses the in-game timer, that is wasted time. And we would be capturing bugs. We'd be capturing like 30, 40 bugs, shells, pickups off the ground. It pauses the timer so many times that it actually amounts to about 3.5 minutes of time wasted versus just doing absolutely nothing at the Dondoko. And also to get 1st star, you would do another like 45 seconds worth of extra stuff after you complete the 1st star, because it tutorializes some additional stuff. So quite literally, our fastest way now currently is to just get those early revolvers, sell those for all of our early money, and just do nothing in Dondoko. Which is unfortunate because Dondoko is kind of fun. We got to run around and just do all the different things, but everything you do in this is only going to lose time now. So you can break trash. Trash doesn't bring up any text boxes or anything. And if you break 100, you get more points that you can convert to money if you need it. But I don't need it in my route currently. So 15 minutes of waiting. In Unlike Crazy Delivery, though, we can load a save out of this. So for a marathon setting, we can just skip right past this. We can do the little tutorials, and then once we reach here, just save past it. It would make it an invalid run because the state going into Dondoko has been so random that there's no way for us to like set a mandatory save you have to load. Like, you're planning into and out and after Dondoko is too important for us to try and just flat out say you can just skip Dondoko. So for the speed run, it's just we sit here and do nothing. It's a good time to take a break. We're like an hour, almost 2 hours into the run, so it's a perfect time to go to the bathroom, stretch, take a walk. We need to be back here like in like 4 more minutes or 3 more minutes or so because the day will automatically end and skip to the next day, but then we get another 7 minutes of waiting. So for my purposes, I am going to go to the bathroom. And yeah, I'll probably put a timestamp in the submission video of just like, this is the riveting gameplay that you'll miss out in the marathon. But yeah, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back while Dondoko does its Dondoko. Sorry. Still like a minute and a half left. Actually, now that I think of it, probably, nah, it's not quite. I was thinking that that indicator in the bottom left is almost quite literally maybe a clock where 1 minute equals 1 hour, and the earliest you can end a day is at like 7:30. It's like 7.5 minutes. But yeah, if only we were to be able to find a way to skip the real-time timer. It's unfortunate, but this is infinite wealth. But yeah, coming up in about 1 minute time, the game will force us to end the first day and force us into some more cutscene mashing and stuff like that, and then we'll get a second break. At which point I'm gonna give Nicole a call. She's on a big drive. It's like keep her company for a few minutes. But yeah, it is odd seeing in my timer where it's just like, oh, I was 3 minutes behind to start, and then chapter 4 lost a good chunk of time. But then just like, no, that was all planned. And wrap up the first day. But yeah, the initial time loss for 3 minutes was expected from all the extra shogi that I was doing compared to previously, and also it wasn't a very good chapter 1.
わかった。今日もよろしくな。
どうしようか。
Begin cutscene, and again we wait. This time though, it doesn't auto finish us for the first day. We have to go to the door, and when it says, oh, it's getting late, that's when you can actually end the day. So we'll just sit here and watch that thing flop around if you want, but I'm just gonna enjoy this view over here of our little green friend. But yeah, first 3 minute time loss from chapter 1 is to be expected from all the extra shogi we do now. And yeah, it was not a good chapter 1. Chapter 2 could have just been better, but it was fine. Chapter 3, again, could have been better, but somehow still saved time. Chapter 4, I did a lot of stuff that I used to do in chapter 5 and 6 and did in chapter 4. Chapter 5 saved a lot of time because I moved that stuff to chapter 4. Chapter 6 should hopefully save another good chunk of time because I'm not doing anything in Dondoko, and I'm also shifted some stuff that used to be in chapter 6 into chapter 4. So we should be hopefully be in the time save territory come chapter 7. By a by a good amount, actually. I'm hoping for like 4 minutes ahead. Because we're going to be losing probably a minute and a half because we don't have the money to summon like we used to. But yeah, I'll be back. I'm going to give Nicole a quick call. And then I'll be back to close out Dondoko. All right. Hey, just in time. Perfect. Dive and end this day. Literally got back just in time. Perfect timing. Begin the third day, and the game is just like, oh, hey, you've finally done enough. You are set free. And we're done. How the heck did... Okay, I'm apparently my Dondoko was terrible because that saved 6 minutes. That saved 6 minutes. I didn't realize my Dondoko was so bad before. Yeesh. And this is why we don't do anything in Dondoko anymore. Or maybe I split late. I don't remember. But now we got back to it. Got to meet up with AG, our good friend. Because apparently also has some information on another group. The group that fought us at the end of the last chapter. There's a Chinese mafia called the Gangji. If I pronounce it correct, I probably didn't. And they're up to no good as well. So we got to take them on and hopefully they stay grouped up. Enemy garden. That is unfortunate. Luckily, we have a few grenades to offer. Oh, that's... I should have aimed that one further to the left. Hopefully this time for them to attack lets them regroup. It didn't quite let them regroup. That's unfortunate. Hopefully just grab a weapon. Good. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We only have 3 grenades to offer because we got to save one for the future. An unfortunate fight to start off chapter 6, or start off the return to chapter 6, I should say. And now they're all nice grouped up. And good. They're not split up in that second phase, so 1 grenade is typically enough to do the majority of the damage for us. So here, we go back, talk to AG, progress straight on into the next fight. And now the enemies are starting to get a lot of HP, starting with this fight, the return of Yamai. He has a lot of HP, so it's going to take a little bit to take through it. But while they're all nice and grouped up again, liquid nitrogen to take them all out. And we're actually going to use a hallucinogenic bomb. This will do a status debuff that increases how much damage our moves, our ice moves do to enemies, and it stacks multiplicatively with the innate weakness that Yamai has. So it does about double damage compared to what a regular grenade would do against Yamai, and that is enough to end the fight. Simple as that. We're going to be using those elemental debuffs to our advantage all the time. It is so very useful. I do usually die when someone throws a grenade at me. Fair. Do another very short very short. Taxi. It's just ever so slightly faster. Again, paying attention to the minimap. Sometimes there's some very nasty fight spawns. But because we actually were able to save some grenades, we get to do some mod flashbangs here. A 1 and a 2. We have a backup grenade scenario that we potentially can do with Kiryu. Kiryu has access to his tag team ability with Ichi now. It's a very handy backup in case anything goes wrong and we don't have a grenade to make up for it. Well, now we get to maintain it, so we have it back up for later. We need to check on Kiryu. And we emptied out all of our grenades, so let's re-grab those right away. Then we are not going to be getting any more of the weaker grenades anymore for the rest of the speedrun. The strong ones are the only ones that are worth it. Back to Waikiki Street to enter the end game of this chapter. Hopefully it'll go smoothly for us. It wants us to be level 24. I don't even think we're level 20. Are we 24 at this point? We might be 22. So we're not too under-leveled at this point. That's not only going to get worse. That's only going to get worse. Now we have to face off against the leader of the Chinese mafia in Hawaii, Mr. Wong To, and I love this intro cinematic so much. God, because I love that tag team action. Yeah! Get him! And speaking of, or from Yamai, we learned our lesson that stat debuffs are great, or elemental debuffs are great. Wong To is weak to fire, let's make him more weak to fire. He's very fast though. So the enemies and such are going to do a lot of outspeeding. It's very annoying. And then we intoxication Mr. Wong To. Get that elemental debuff on. We do need to perfect guard because there's a lot of damage coming our way. Mod rocket. Wong To. That's good grouping for the enemies. And we have a fire increased volleyball. He's also weak to gun. So gun and fire does even more damage for us. Gets us into the cutscene. Also, it's very good lineup for the rocket launcher. Those enemies a lot of times do not line up for the rockets. So it worked out really well for us. Now we're hoping that at the end of this little QTE, that the enemy will spawn right next to Wong To. Not quite. He's not going to move any closer. And goodbye, Wong To. Modified liquid nitrogen. We have 1 to spare. And take him up. Not a bad Wong To. That was a very good first rocket. Now we need to make our way out of here, but turns out that there's been a cult that has invaded. Need to get some mental supplements from that shop quick before we press on, because Chapter 7 has some very nasty mental side effects that can happen from enemies that we don't want to have to deal with. One mod incendiary and another mod incendiary, and that's not close enough, is he? Dang it. That's unfortunate. I should have gone for Kiryu's tag team there, because it was Kiryu's tag team is a line, a very wide line, so I probably could have gotten them all out with a tag team from Kiryu there. Last fight of this chapter. Still got lots of grenades for it, but unfortunately they do outspeed us quite a bit. Hoping to hit big groups of enemies. That is unfortunate. We're not. We're seeing a lot of attack animations. We used to get agility increases for this fight, but it's kind of a hit or miss whether or not it's actually any faster. Oh, wow. It's really unfortunate. 3. We have one more flashbang to spare. We have one fire to spare. I think I'm gonna save this fire just in case. No, I have 2 fires to spare. Okay. Not a great final fight, but we'll take it. So Nicole, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good drive. Kiryu's been injured. And Yamai has sights for one man and one man only. Yamai has sights for Kiryu, and he's going to take it while Kiryu's potentially down for the count. We got one fight and we can do it. This fight is notably slower because we do not have as much, or we do not have access to Kazumi. We don't have the money for our big summons as of yet. So instead we're going to have to kind of do this regularly. I was hoping for a paralysis there. I'm hoping that these enemies get close to Yamai, but right now they are not, which is very bad. So we're going to be taking extra time loss from their attacks. I should hopefully take care of those 2. More damage, and hopefully those 2 stick together long enough. I need to quick get a coffee in because we need the extra money from this fight. Yamai, can you move just a smidge closer? Yamai! Punk. Hopefully that fire kills. Nice. Odd fight. We'll take it. I didn't have any other spare grenades. I could have done a tag team, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Having Kazumi for that fight does notably speed it up. But not enough to make it worth doing a 1-star Dondoko. Now I gotta do chat to everyone, because Kiryu's been captured. It was kind of like a cutscene fight that we did. We won the fight, but Yamai ended up taking and capturing Kiryu. Without Kiryu, team just doesn't feel complete, so we gotta call our backup. And our backup will arrive right about now. Boys are back. And they are much higher level than we are. Which will come very in handy. Gotta run back for this Tomy Bond conversation quick. Gear. Cheetah you need value pack insoles. Tomy, you need to steal all of Adachi's gear. And Nanba, you need the Kiryu's wind shoes, and you need a value pack insoles. You just steal all of Kiryu's stuff. We had to have Tomy steal all of Adachi's gear because Tomy has like 1-star gear across the board and it is very weak. He needs to be able to survive some stuff. Quick stop by here for some quick refreshments. Some beers that we're going to be using for MP heals and for drunk status later on in the speedrun, because managing our drunk status is actually going to be key for the speedrun. This Adachi one is just along the way, just in case we don't get enough Adachi bond points later. It is a just in case. It usually isn't necessary, but I'm accounting for as many scenarios as I can get. Did not hit all, which is unfortunate. They should be all nice and grouped up for Naba to give them the pigeons. Hopefully a fire kills. Ah, close. Unfortunate. Not a good fight. Ideally, that fight ends right away with the pigeons, but that one enemy did not decide to play nicely. Where am I going? Here. So we used our mod rockets. We used all of our other grenades. Let's get those back for another brand spanking new set piece.
Aloha. Thank.
Our mod rockets back. And this is where our money will basically go down to 0. We may have been spending it wantonly, but it's very well planned out.
Thank you.
Yeah, 120 bucks. That's all the spare. We have like enough money for one spare grenade in that entire sequence up till now. Now we're on to the Yamai set piece. Hopefully everyone sticks together. We start with a grenade here because it won't kill some of them, but it will light them on fire to hopefully skip their turns like that. Although this guy needs to take his turn, please and thank you. I don't think that will kill that guy, but we're gonna hope. Close. I think he dies to... He dies to fire. Guy should die to his fire. Yep. The downside of Chapter 7 is there's a lot of scenarios where there's just not a whole lot we can do to really speed things up. Just have to do quickly. And now we're finally going to use those base rocket launchers we had from all the way back in Chapter 7. Oh, what? Not ideal to have to use a pigeon here. I have to heal Nanba's NP earlier than I want. That guy just ran way the heck away. Bad stuff. That guy can run away, but usually I can snag him before he does, but nope. I wasn't fast enough, and then my auto target went straight to them. So, item, let's use one of those drinks. Told me out for Adachi. Adachi's finally gonna get some time to shine here. Adachi does not have many good abilities, and he is by far our slowest party member. I'm talking, he has like 30 agility. Chitose has like 130 already. But he has one fantastic ability that he comes with that we hopefully actually won't have to see in this fight, as we'll hopefully be able to keep everyone nice and stable. Hopefully they stand still. Sir! Oh, you kidding me? Do your animation. Everyone needs to stay perfectly still. Should hopefully end the fight. Good. Unfortunate. Don't usually get outsped there, but sometimes it happens. Luckily, they stayed close enough where we could end that fight. But it actually will probably get to show off that brand new skill coming up soon. Let's get some more healing onto Tor, onto Ichi gear. Chitose gets an optimizer now. Because we got a brand new piece of equipment. And actually, the pigeons will inherit that ice element. Very handy for us. Hit these gentlemen with a modified flashbang. And this is the brand spanking new move Adachi has. It is basically a 100% accurate instant death move. So long as they're vulnerable to it, Adachi can just instant kill an enemy. Super, super handy. Pigeon attacks are still some of my favorite. They're amazing. Oh, come on. No, pop-ups. I got a reminder for... Why am I getting latency from pop-ups on my computer? What the heck? These gentlemen get a modified incendiary. Take care of them. And a pigeon, and we're done. Nanba's pigeon raid is like one of the most useful skills for the set piece. Finally a skill that's as good as a grenade without costing a grenade. Turns out that door is locked and we gotta get over to here. Use that last base rocket launcher here. In the back for these two. Going long for him. Get these guys with the pigeon. And if we get a good lineup, knock you into a wall with a big fish. Coming in. Love the big fish. Now, Nanba has enough MP for just one pigeon, which is exactly what we're going to need. These guys have a lot of HP. These guys have mod incendiary. Keep them as still as possible. Richie to come in with his own modified incendiary. And the burn will take care of the rest. Goodbye. Okay, party edit. Get Tomi back in. And we're off to face Yamai for the 4th time. And surely the last time. Again, these fights would be made a lot easier if, or these boss fights for Yamai would be made a lot simpler if we had Kazumi, but we do not have a spare $5,000 that it takes to use Kazumi even once. That's why we used to do... That's why we used to get 1-star rank in Dondoko, because it definitely makes things so much easier. But we have strategies and we can manage, and in the end, it is probably like a minute and a half, minute 2.5, or a minute and a half faster to not have, or not do Dondoko 1 star. This fight is a tricky one though without it, because he has like almost 7,000 HP that we need to work through. It's gonna take a bit, or like 5,000 HP to go through. You guys got a lot here. We should hopefully be able to manage it pretty quickly. Start with a modified rocket launcher. Get those dang ads out of here. Make Yamai very weak to his ice weakness. Okay. That's perfectly fine. Tomi can be silenced. That's perfectly fine. We need a perfect guard here. Make him even weaker. Namba is fine, so we're just gonna go straight in with all the hallucinogenic bombs. And now we start dishing out the damage with the liquid nitrogens. Now we're hoping that these lovely hostesses do not give Yamai a heal. We need to perfect guard these because he gets an opportune attack if we whiff. Good. Doing pretty well there. Good. Didn't get the heal. That's perfect. The agility buff doesn't matter. It's too late for him. So now we just dish out all the damage we can. I'm actually going to have Ichi be a little safe and do a heal, because we have the time frame for it. And I believe Yamai... Oops! I hit the wrong button. That is actually kind of bad. Luckily I did heal, so I'm safe. But I totally was mashing the wrong button. It should not matter, because he did not get the heal. That extra damage, we'll just have to use our extra grenade that I did not want to use, but we're gonna have to use it. Because, yeah, he does all of his buffs this turn, which is no big deal for us. Okay, he gets 3 turns, apparently. Give him the pigeons. One last liquid nitrogen for good measure. And because I messed up, that didn't kill. And we'll use a flashbang. Okay. That fight can be very taxing, but it's routed pretty safely now. It was unfortunate that I did have to waste that modified flashbang. That will come into play later. That I didn't get that, but that's okay. And before we press on, we could just go straight to the end of this chapter. We have one thing to do, and that is we already actually have all of our intellect to unlock a new job class. We just didn't have the money for it. It costs 1,600 to unlock it. But with all that boss fight and set piece we just did, we have enough to spare. So we're going to do that right now. So again, we're going to be losing a little time in this chapter because I'm doing extra stuff. Sign up. And we are going to do some yoga. Again, an unskippable cutscene. It's a good time to read stuff off for a marathon setting, but... But this... As we find out, Adachi is not so great at yoga. Neither am I, Adachi, that's fair. Turns out, Chitose is a master. Gonna do some yoga along with it, do some stretches while we take a break from the run. Yeah, we're gonna lose some time in this chapter because, again, we're moving stuff earlier. We used to do this in chapter 9, so we'll have that time saving in chapter 9 later. We're gonna be unlocking the Kunoichi job class for the female party members. It is insanely powerful. All female party members will be on this job class. It is ridiculously strong. It's insanely fast. It has amazing skills. It is incredible. And we're out of here. Let's go finish out this chapter. Chitose will be Kunoichi, but not yet. She unfortunately needs to reach bond rank 10, which we'll not be able to get until middle of chapter 9. So there's no point in us changing her to Kunoichi yet. And also, she still learns one ability from her base class that we want to get. Before we change her off. This game has inherited skills from other classes, which is super, super nice. I'm gonna hope for my flashbang. Oh, that was bad. We wanted to paralyze those guys, but really not. We have all these grenades that we can use, but ideally we want to save one, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. This is really bad. Yeah, this is really bad. Oh, come on, you're paralyzed, sir. Because these big guys will get arrested by Adachi. Although they're all nice. Yeah, we got a pairing there. I'll use a grenade for them. I'll take those two out, and we'll have Ichi take care of the other two, or the other standing regular one. I love that line. Hold up, my body sucks. Same, buddy. Same. Hopefully Granted Jet will finish. Beautiful. Alright. We don't have a spare grenade, so we'll lose a little bit of time in the next fight after this, but that's okay. All right. And that closes out the early game of the speedrun. You already saw where our damage from thrown items was not really starting to cut it anymore. This is where we kind of shift things over. We got our back in Japan. Kiryu's in charge of his own party in this game. And they are a very strong party. And we're finally going to be able to get to the point where our abilities are going to be our main damage source. Finally! Here, Kiryu, you need more money. You need to steal Ichi's shoes and Yakuza training gear for XP and ink weights. And Sonhi, you need money and the weights. Howdy. Thanks for stopping by. Normally we would like to use a modified flashbang here, but instead we're going to use a bowgun ability. No. No. Stop. Stop. Stop moving. Oh, this is really bad. Pigeon Storm is not even big enough AoE. Ugh. This is why we normally like to just use a grenade at the beginning of this fight. Try to preserve one for it, because this is where it can be so very bad. Yeah, this is going to be a really bad fight. It's unfortunate, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. They're just way too far spread apart. Although Queen's Claw is an incredible ability. Let's do a regular pigeon should finish this guy off. Okay, the cold will. Sony's gonna have to just attack this one out. Or Empress Claw? Or, yeah, sure. It's really bad. This fight usually only lasts about 4 of our allies' turns, and the enemy gets 1 attack. Well, that's what happens when we unfortunately aren't able to maintain a grenade into that fight. Lose fight, you lose time one place, or you lose time in another. It's just unfortunate. If I hadn't screwed up the QTE and Yamai, that would have been fine. And now we're doing a lot of stuff. We can't yet use taxis in Japan for some reason. Probably to just get familiar with the area a little bit on now that it's fully opened up and has new stuff for us. So we're going to be using this time on the Street Surfer to do a bunch of bond stuff for Nanba. Sonhee and eventually another character we're going to get as an ally don't really need any assistance in their bond. They'll just get it from all the other stuff we're doing, but Nanba needs a good chunk for him to reach bond level 20 so that he can get his job change. We're grabbing this stuff because we're going to be doing the job changes earlier than I used to. Going to be doing job changes all the way in this chapter rather than in chapter 10. This is why I unlocked the Kunoichi early. One of our party members is going to be on Kunoichi right away. Unfortunately, Nanba's not... All of his stuff doesn't really line up to be able to get any bingos. So just... Unfortunately, we're just doing a lot of... getting a bunch of single bonds. But it is more than enough for what we need. And before we press on further, we're going to hike it up here to get probably one of the best weapons in this entire game on a job class that you saw a lot of in the previous game. In that speedrun, you're going to see a lot of Host. And the Prestige is an incredible weapon. Not only is it a 5-star weapon, so much better than any of our current stuff. It also has an extra buff added to it when your ally is drunk. And it is not a small buff. It is a 15% per drunk status increase. And we're going to be making incredible use of that. But for now, we've just got to do a lot of running around to get Kiryu set on the path. This is a very story-heavy chapter. Kiryu dealing with his medical prognosis, which is not looking great. Excuse me, sir. Almost never happens. So Kiryu is running around and just doing a lot of stuff, catching up with old friends. Doing things that he wants to do. Yeah. And now we got Psycho back in the party as well. Over here, grab this. Grab another non-bomb down here. Now we're gonna go sing our hearts out. Yeah, the Street Surfer just explodes. Yeah, most of the time, the car just kind of comes to a hard stop when hitting you with the Street Surfer, but sometimes it just explodes and you get hurt. Now we are just about done with, or just about, we finished up all of our stuff, or all of our grenade usages and things, so we got to get that back. So we're going to go to a pawn shop. As well as get ourselves some other very useful items from here. I didn't need that iron chuck, but I'll take it. Siren powers, Sengoku coffees, and quickness lemons. Gonna be using all of these. We're also gonna be using all of... Shoot. I'm actually gonna sell those. Shoot. I didn't mean to buy regular rocket launchers there. It won't hurt our money routing, but otherwise those things will be in our inventory forever because I do not have their use routed in. So get this from here. Go to Rose Boss again. We had to get that safe because that is military insoles. We've been using value pack insoles a lot for agility increases, but they only increase by 5, and we've had them since the beginning of the game. Military insoles increase our agility by 20. A significant increase. Now again, this will be another great time for the reading stuff off in the case of a marathon, because this is all just story, baby. Q revisiting the fact that, oh hey, the Seiryu clan's kind of been up to a lot of stuff since we've been gone. In fact, taking over the old Tojo clan Yakuza family building. That surely doesn't portend to them being up to, I don't know, Yakuza-style shenanigans or anything. Getting a little suspicious of them. A little bit sus. And we head on over to Kazuma's grave. Again, more story-related things for Kiryu. Soon we'll be getting to the point where we're not doing story-based stuff and doing more of the setup for the future. Not so much for this chapter. This chapter doesn't really need any setup for us. But we're doing basically a lot of setup for the future chapters. Get that military armor. That armor is useful for exactly one fight, and it is the final fight of the speedrun. It is 100% crucial to have that military armor, though. Armor that has innate blade resistance, which is going to be hypercritical. Now we get a call from Date, who's informed us that one of Kiryu's previous orphanage kids is out in the area. So we're gonna go say hi. But first, gonna quick do this. This is just gonna get us a little bit of extra body, or a little bit of extra soul for Kiryu. Get that party chat before we progress on. That's just gonna help us with that's gonna help Kiryu get a passive buff to his brawler stance later on. That is not, it's not critical, but it is very nice. Wow, unfortunately Kiryu got outsped. That's very rare. And hit him with the pistol. Howdy, Pancho. Thanks for stopping by. New route's been going pretty well so far. We're starting to get into the deep route changes now. Because now, pretty soon, we're going to be doing another kind of primary thing we got to do, but now we're starting to get into the deep end of... There's going to be... So much of this is not going to look familiar at all. We're not doing all that much different stuff, but it's all in a completely different order and to set up the brand new glitch. Not brand new, we've known about it for a good while now, but it's the first time it's going to be used in the speedrun. Get ourselves that party chat while we're on the way to this destination. I feel like it's taking us to the wrong spot, though. Like, I think in the late game, a super boss is here or something. I don't know why it's taking us here. Oh. It's the wrong spot, right? Oh boy. Yeah, we have to come here and get our butt kicked. We've specifically, not only do we want more XP on Kiryu, we put him HP increasing armor on, so he just gets taken down instantly. And now it gets to introduce the Dragon's Resurgence. We get to play a little bit of the brawler style combat. And we're just gonna mash out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, dodge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, dodge. And we just spam. And goodbye, aim. Get a lot more bonds. Nanba's almost where he needs to be. Not quite. We'll get there. Now it wants us to set up for the late game. And now you're going to do, or it wants to get set up for future chapters. So that is exactly what we're going to do. Get the reflex booster, go straight up to Lenovo Hama. Get another bond bingo for Nanba. Get some XP increasing gear right now. It's a lot of bond points for Nanba too. He needs exactly like 30 more bond, which we're going to get precisely that. There's 10. Gonna get this safe over here. 10 here. Oh, that fight is unfortunately placed. I need to preserve this XP buff. A little slow here, so I get this one. There we go. Now Namba's bond rank 20, which is exactly where we need him to be. And while we drive on over to this area, this gated area back here, because this has a piece of good weapon for the another returning job class from the previous game. And an odd one, I was not expecting it to return. For the breaker job class. Okay. But now we have everything set up, so we're actually going to change jobs. So change jobs. Nanba, you get to be host. Sonhi, you get to be Kunoichi. And Psycho, for now, you get to be idol. Alright, gear, unequip that. Accessories, you need military insoles. You need you need Yakuza training gear and to remove those. This is a completely different menu, so this is still slow. Over the happy layout, we had money. Yeah, money and ankle weights. And Nanba's wind sneakers. And the money crown, and Psycho gets an optimize, gets the lucky money and the happy light. Is that right? I think that's right. Yes, I think that's right. Menu heal, and then we go on up to Jinai Station. Yeah, Breaker is also quite good in this speedrun. We're going to be making good use of that. Twice, actually. Once in a permanent sense and once in a temporary sense. And now, because we have our job classes kind of where we want them very early, we have some crown fights that we can do for good amounts of XP and some gear that is nice. And money. We need money. This enemy is very fast. We're very under leveled for him, but that does not matter to us. Gotta hit him with the intoxication bomb. And get him with the mod incendiaries. Give the Sonhi the money charm just to immediately give it to Psycho. I don't remember. This is the new stuff, so I'm still getting fully acclimated to it. We're getting there. I forgot to Kazumi. Okay, this won't matter. They haven't done much damage to us, but I was supposed to summon. So now we just kind of have to wait out until Kiryu's turn, which is not ideal. I suppose I can use a coffee here just for future sake then. Getting a little, I flustered myself with that menu. But now you'll see what I should have done earlier and why it's so dang powerful. Oh no. I'm gonna have to take the autosave. I flustered myself too much with that menu and I screwed up. That fight was supposed to be over a while ago. Luckily, this game autosaves whenever you taxi or anything like that, so unfortunately that'll cost us about a minute. But the thing about learning this speedrun and routing it all out is you learn many of the ways you kind of gotta just back up and where the autosave will save, which luckily the autosave's quite, it's pretty good. It'll save pretty much any time we taxi or do anything story critical. So now you'll get to see how it should have happened. Where's the movie Cinemax of this is how it really happened. Intoxication onto the Bond Scientist. He gets one attack off. And now we Kazumi, our first Kazumi usage, and he's so dang strong that he wipes out all the other ads a good chunk against Ozawa here. And just 2 more mod incendiaries and we are done. This is how the fight was supposed to go. But this is all the stuff that is new to the route. Doing all of this nice and early gets us good level ups, gets us set up for the future. And doing things a little bit out of order, because now we're going to be doing the Sturmworm fight. Again, starting with an intoxication into a Kazumi, because now the game was very stingy with money and it costs 5,000 bucks to be able to use Kazumi. We are now getting like more than 1,000,000 yen, which is like 10,000 bucks per fight. Game is very stingy with money until now, and then it is very free with money. And money routing is still tight, but at the very least, we're not getting little pittances here and there. We're getting big chunks of money. And these fights are worth a good chunk of XP, which is why we are doing them. And also, we got an extra pair of military insults for extra speed, which is very handy. One more fight before we head on over to Kamurocho. This is another pretty fast one. This time hallucinogenic. Make sure we get that on the Massacre mascot. Didn't fear him, but that's okay. Unfortunately, the elemental debuff does not increase summon damage, so Kazumi doesn't do any more damage. And this guy has a lot of HP. It's fine if he taunts Kiryu. Kiryu's not going to have another turn. And when we auto-swapped onto Host for Nanba, he equipped that prestige, and it's pretty strong. I feel like the cold will probably kill. Ah, dang it. That's what I get for trying to go for a little bit faster rather than using another thing. We're using it anyway because the killing blow whiffed. Amazing. Oh, that's what I get for trying to be a little bit faster. Just Stick to the route, you dingus. But yeah, this looks like we're adding a lot of stuff onto this chapter. It's all stuff that we would previously have gotten. Or that we were doing in chapter 10 instead, but now we're doing it a bit earlier so that we can get a bit of a boost here. We're gonna shoot. That's one of my inputs dropped. One of my inputs dropped. I'm gonna have to order another. I needed 3 agility buffs. Okay, now we're back on to what we've normally done in chapter 8, which is we're doing some sub-stories. We're gonna get 3 sub-stories progressed. 2 of them we will finish, 1 we will not. We just want the first fight in one of them. This one sets up the pocket circuit sub-story, which gets the pocket circuit summon, which unfortunately we're not going to see in the speed. I used to use diverse summons, but alas, not anymore. But more importantly, doing this sub-story gets us the Transcendent Insoles, a 30 agility increase accessory. Speed is going to be everything in the speedrun. Shocking it's called a speedrun, but turn order and speed is 100% crucial. This fight gets us a ton of money. We're gonna get even more later. This guy was guarding, breaking his guard causes more damage, and we get to wish this guy happy birthday. Happy birthday. And that got us like another cool 3 million yen right there. Right, Kiryu, you need leather shoes. You need to be slower, and Nanba gets an optimize and gets Transcendent Insoles. I'm just checking agilities. That's perfect. And over the tie table. Because I do need to save before this one. Because there's a 20% chance one of my skills miss, and if that happens, I need to reload my save. Some thugs are bothering an old man back here. And we start off. This gives us like 4 million yen, and we're about to get a bit more on top of that. It's Kawaii that has the money. You, sir. Hand it over. 3.75 million yen just taken out of that guy's pocket. And it doesn't decrease the amount of money we get from the fight either. There's another 4.7 billion. We do not want to fight this man. That was an excellent idea from Tree Plot to steal their money. Now we got some more stuff we want to buy with that money. Get CC lemons, get muscle sodas. Breaker, so I get 2 chances. I just save beforehand and reload if it fails. Okay, let's rebuy all of our grenades. Head on out here to grab one more safe. Battle boots. We're getting basically all of our late game armor as well. Those battle boots, not only are they incredible armor, they also have 20 attack to them, so... very, very powerful bits of armor. Got one more sub-story to do before we progress on with the game. This is another one we're going to be stealing extra money for, so we're going to save beforehand. Munancho. This fight usually was like, oh, is so hard to outspeed, but now that we have our 3 levels higher, it is no difficulty getting out or outspeeding them. It is Hashimoto that has our money. Hand it over. Aha! Perfect. And Cosme. Goodbye. This is why we have Cosme. And that, now we have 22.8 million yen to work with. Sitting pretty. We're gonna be using all of it. It looks like we have way overkill for what we need right now, but we will be using all of that money. Run on over to here. We grab this. 2 silver bracelets. Don't buy a third. We have enough money to spare to buy a third if we wanted to, but there's no need to. Run back here to our superpower ring. I skipped a superpower ring earlier. We will get that later. To Central Street. This does do some random spawn farming. There's a bit. There's some unfortunate circumstances if you never do any farming, but it is quite fast now. When all is said and done, I will typically be doing about 13 fights. All right, big buy here. Intoxication, hallucinogenic. We do not get the fulminous here. I get those later. I need to take that out. Fashion, helmet, work clothes, and sneakers. Sell. Shoot, I meant to sell a couple other things. Get them out of our inventory for faster menuing. Sell equipment. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'll get more comfortable with those menus as time goes on, but clearing out the menu as well as making a bit more money. Recharge our street surfer. Oh, I don't need the coffees yet. I'll get those on the way out. Yeah, we're going to be doing so much less grinding, but that means we have so many less materials. This looks like we lost a lot of time. We lost about a minute over what we were supposed to, but we'll make all that time up and then some in Chapter 10. All this stuff we did was preparations for time saves in Chapter 9 and Chapter 10. Plot point that made me so mad. Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about, and I don't like the plot point either. Refill our coffees. One more shop purchase. Getting everything set up for the late game. Don't equip. Hear you. Get some kitty ears. Don't equip. Don't equip. Don't equip. Alright. And we're off. Finally, can say goodbye to this chapter. It's a long one, but it's all the setup for the late game. Get a coffee. Card. And now that we have all this money, we have free reign to have summons take care of all the riffraff for us. Most of the weak fights in this game will just be summoned away. But these guys, they stay nice and grouped together. Goodbye. Downside of summons. Using 2 of them in the same fight will increase the cost by 20 times. It is a substantial increase to the cost to use more than one summon in a fight. So where we use that one summon is crucial for these early fights. Eventually we'll have enough money to use two, but not for a while. Oh shoot, I have a useless split now that is removed. I don't have to worry about going to Aloe Happy anymore. But now, because of all those armors and stuff that we got a few useless ones that gets us additional style points. And now we're on the run from, actually from Polycana. It turns out they're a little bit of a cult. A little bit of a cult. Bought smoke bombs for this reason, because we are running all across Hawaii being chased by them, and we do not want to have to deal. That fight is far enough to the left that I can sneak by. We can save load these fights away, but obviously just not. It's for the best. Bye. 1, 2, 3. Hero knives. Oh yeah, that was a good strat. That was an incredibly good strat. Hoshi. That was a very smart idea. Unfortunately, it is not the fastest way of doing it now, but that was a very smart idea. To purposefully die mid-fight to get back to a later phase of the fight with lower cost summons. It's a very expensive way to do it, but that was a smart strat. Shoot! I forgot to do my equipping! We're gonna get outsped. The money shouldn't matter, but I forgot to do my equipping at the shop. A little bit of money loss here because I don't have the money gear on, but that's okay. Alright, gear. Ichi, you should get wind sneakers, transcendent insoles, and military insoles. Chitose, you get money and lay. Tomi, you get Yakuza training gear and ankle weights. And Lolita shoes. Adachi, you get wind sneakers as well. You get the money crown. And Adachi, you get 2 military insoles. And Sonhi gets weapon optimized. That is going to come into play later on in this chapter. I'm gonna have to save beforehand just in case anything messes up. But getting that knife to equip onto Sonhi there is crucial for the weapon glitch that we'll be doing. Not that much time, actually. That fight almost triggered. Those fights have such a large sight range. That's why I was like trying to snake behind stuff to break line of sight even for a millisecond. Now we have the appropriate agility that we're supposed to have. So now Kira is the fastest member of our party. Very quickly deal with the riffraff. Yeah, the changes to summons in this game are something. There's a benefit in that you can't use them all throughout the fight, and you get penalized for using multiple in one. That's very nice. But then they just made Kazumi so powerful. And they just throw money at you so often. I want these guys to get their attention, run right past me, and then zoop right up the stairs. Hopefully break these guys' line of sight. Oh, why are you guys running like that? All right. Finally, we're through it all. I used to actually shop during the middle of this chase sequence, but it's just faster to do it earlier. Like, all right, we're out of there. No extra fights other than just the extra time spent taking damage because I forgot to equip. But yeah, we did all that extra money farming before because these enemies do not give enough. It's a negative money investment to use Kazumi for many of these fights. Now we get introduced to a special thing for Ichi's side. The ultimate tag team, which does so much damage. It will do damage later. Coffee. We need some more money here. Flash. Yeah, the ultimate tag team uses up all of our other allies' tag team abilities into one big attack. Very, very strong. Very, very strong, but it is dependent on how many other tag team bars you use up. We used just Tomi's, and it's only dependent on Ichi's strength, so it's not that strong with just Ichi's weak weapon and only one tag team used. Alright, but now we get to do a little cabaret. No. We need bond points, and this is our fastest way to do it, so do a little bit. Good. We need in total 140, or 140 for Adachi, 180 for Tomi. We can make deal with only 120 for Tomi. We have backups, but this will get 100 for everyone. Chitose gets to her rank with that alone. And we only are purchasing enough stuff to max out their gauges to get a best chance of doing this. Okay, perfect. We got 200. So we don't have to do the backup, and we don't have to do another round of cabaret. It's obviously best if we don't have to do a third cabaret. Money-wise, it's not that cheap to do cabaret.
Come see me again.
Thank you very much.
But that is more than enough. So we are done with our personality grind for now for that. Have to talk to this person and item, CC Lemon. We do not want a drunk party. Now we got to get all of our healing items that we're going to use for the rest of the run. We don't have many good healing items, but these are going to have to make do.
Thank you.
Now we finally go to that taxi that we unlocked all the way back in chapter 4. So we can go straight to the beach. Loop on up into here. To get that bond conversation with Tomi. And get the heck out of there. Luckily, that dune was not an enemy. Can be a lot of the time. Oh, speaking of dune enemies, there's one right there. Oh, we want to go pretty far into the water here to avoid a... Oh, too far into the water. Clogged up my segue. To avoid any fights there. And then we can get on over to this fight. This fight is a pretty simple one, but we really couldn't do it without Kazumi before, and we didn't have money for that. We modified Flashbang to get this guy on his feet. And then Rocket Launcher. Goodbye! From downtown. Then we go on to Julie's Gear Works, which I am going to save after the first weapon upgrade. Now we finally have enough materials where we can actually put a dent into some weapons. And we need to do some crafting anyway. craft. Let's weapon upgrade the hosts.
これでいい念入りに手入れしといた
That
よ
was a bit too high. That will be fine, probably. I'll save here just in case something goes wrong, because this is where we set up our
ご要望
glitch.
これで
So we
大
craft
事
the
だ
cooling
から試してみて
choker first. We material exchange. Kunoichi, the very first hero's knife. Then we weapon upgrade the prestige as high as we can get it. Hopefully I get +9.
これでいい
Oh, I have
念
a
入りに
lot.
手入れ
Jeez.
しといたよ
Okay. I needed 7 ranks there to get the next facility up. And then up to Waikiki Street. We're gonna prep for the next. Oh, wrong way around. Oh no, my timer!
Aloha.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, my timer skipped there because I needed to. That probably will invalidate the run from a or from a submission to speedrun perspective, but that's okay. I accidentally hit the wrong button and it paused it.
Thank
Okay. Now we have all of the bond stuff. All right, everyone is to the bond point they need, but I don't have quite enough style yet. So we're gonna talk to Adachi first. We just need more style, which the third option for Adachi will do for us. Yeah, I know. It'll be a while before I do another run, but that's okay. Talk to Chitose. We also are unlocking tag teams so that we can do better ultimate tag teams in the future. Chitose does not need anything. We don't need specific options for her. We're going to quick talk to the barkeep. Get our one very good healing item. Go back and talk to Tomi. And he is the second options for more style. This is not enough. That's not good. Gear. Shoot. Something's off on my personality. Kaku Avenue shop? Did I not? Shoot. Personality. Did I not get enough armors? I'm missing a leg armor. Okay. Luckily, I know where I can get that. I don't know. I forgot to get safety shoes in Chapter 10. That's it. That's what I forgot. But for now, I can just get these sandals. Okay, that gets us enough. So now we're off to Hawaiian Haunt. Forgot to get the safety shoes. I'll have to get those in Chapter 10. Say hi to Robo Michio. All right, change jobs. You can stay as Akiyama. Changing to Breaker. Chitose also gets to Kunoichi.
全部
Tomi to hosts. And Adachi's gonna learn how to cook. And importantly, skill inheritance. Very crucial. Beachside buffet. Violin. Battery and scrub down. And Adachi gets a rest. Then we go to Lotus Street. And hopefully I did not mess up my glitch. Because otherwise we're going to have to redo the last minute. We need to refill mod rockets.
Welcome.
And we're also going to buy an Inferno Knuckle. And if we did everything correct... So we wrong equipped. Wrong equipped the wrong thing. This is why I saved beforehand. So we're gonna have to go get those sandals right now and then go back to the blacksmith, unfortunately. Ah, dang it. Smartphone. Go to Revolt. That's unfortunate. Actually, we'll get the bond stuff, or we'll get this all out of the way, and then we'll loop back to the blacksmith.
Aloha. Arigatou gozaimasu.
There we go. All right. No. Shoot. Sorry, my notes closed. Everything's going great at the end of this. Come on. Load up. Get back to chapter 9. All right. Back to it. Adachi. Third option. Third option. Unlocks his tag team, which we will actually use later. Chitose. First option. First option. Gets her tag team, which we'll use later. Quick stop by the bartender. Get our fruit. Tomi, which is the second options. Now head on out of here. We've got to do all this stuff. Let's get that meal right away. Kind of doing this in reverse order from what I have planned typically.
Aloha.
All the bonds that we need up to. Just need a smidge more style, which we'll get from our crafting. I should probably swap this order around anyway for better backup purposes. So let's save again, just in case something messes up. Craft. Craft. The cooling choker. Material exchange. Kunlichi first hero knife. Weapon upgrade. The prestige. +9. Yeah. Messed that up, but that's okay. So now I do my job changes, and then we'll get on over to do the wrong equip correctly this time instead of wrongly. Kiryu, Breaker. I'm not gonna change back to Akiyama now. The host. And Adachi, the chef. We skill inherit jobs from other classes. Healing for Ichi. Agility down. Move for Chitose. Great damaging moves for Tomi. And the instant kill move, Arrest, from Adachi. I've called Ichi Kiryu. That's gonna happen.
Welcome.
All right. Now, let's double check. Sonhee has the Inferno Knuckles equipped, which is what we wanted. That works because when you material exchange something from your non-active party, it kind of creates a glitched weapon slot so that the next thing you get will fill in that spot. So we got the Inferno Knuckles, a 6-star, which is 1 star less than the maximum. Inferno Knuckles that reduce the max HP by 200 HP, but apply a like 30% damage increase. Ooh, this is awkward. Ichi is actually too fast. That means I'm gonna have to do a coffee in this section at some point, which is unfortunate. Shouldn't be any problem, but Yamai is on our team. Will he actually change sides? Because he finally learned the error of his ways. But Yamai greatly slows down this fight because he's an ally and he does 2 attacks and he usually sends people flying where we don't want them to be. So, Yamai, you punk. Why is Ichi going first? Twice. What is happening? I forgot to do an equip change, that's why. I've been flustering myself. Luckily, the autosave will catch that. I was just like, why is Ichi going so much faster? It's because he doesn't have the right equipment. Here, Ichi, you want ankle weights. Tomi's ankle weights and the opposite training gear. Tomi, you need silver bracelets. Adachi, you need transcendent insoles. Oh, and Eric. And Tomi needs the prestige, absolutely. And then this is where I'll verify the information. So let's just set the safety save here now, shall we? Let's press on. Apologize for the errors. There is a lot to get used to with how much I've changed this route. This chapter is going to be quite slow in comparison to what it should be. But now we get it correctly. Chitose going first. We drink our coffee. Ichi comes in to clear off the riffraff with Kazumi. Just need to remember I still need to grab the safety shoes in chapter 10. I'll do that right at the beginning of chapter 10. Yeah, we're gonna lose a good chunk of time here from all the errors I made. But that's okay. We'll still probably get a significant PB out of this because next chapter we're probably gonna save about 20 minutes. You were probably close enough. Perfect. I got him up before I could even guard. Oh, they're not grouped up. Ugh. Let's take care of this guy. Adachi, arrest the high HP one, and then Yamai should finish up. Rude. Yamai, get him. Oh, he even dropped his defense for you, Yamai. Get him. Good job. That was honestly a very fast fight. Now that I noticed my error. Okay. Dang it, Yamai didn't learn his lesson. How could this happen? We were friends. We were friends, dang it, Yamai. Luckily, all that stuff we did in chapter 8 and the upgrading to prestige and all that stuff, that's gonna make this pretty quick. Make him a bit more weak to ice. Kazumi. We're gonna use that drunk criteria for the prestige buff. And give Tomy a lovely muscle soda. And good. He doesn't do any attacks, and this is a very fast if Tomy does not outspeed. We actually specifically don't have Tomy with good speed right now. Because he also even chose the guard, which is a foolish choice. This is where all our buffs come into play. 3,000. $3,000 damage. Our best moves before we're doing like 500. This is why the prestige is incredible. And all the buff stacking that we can do. Get him. Now Yamai actually won't even be able to do a whole lot of anything because of a skill that we have from Kunoichi, the substitution jutsu. We can give our Kunoichi's turn to a different character. So we're gonna give it back to right back to Tomy for another scrub. And if he has even the slightest bit of HP left, goodbye. Ichi's got those blue metal anklets on and can get to work. Yep. Don't have to go that far away. All right. Now, finally, we're like almost figured out where Ichi's mom is. But she's been kept secret. She's been being hunted by all these different mafia groups and that she was getting hunted by all these different mafia groups, including that cult that's existing within Polycano. Shoot. Gotta talk to him twice. Always gotta remember. That you gotta talk to her twice. And then we can finally press on. Sorry about this chapter. This is the probably one of the biggest changing chapters and the most crucial changing chapters of the speedrun. Chapter 8 changed a whole lot. Chapter 9 changed a whole lot, including the setup for the wrong equip glitch, which I did correctly and then messed it up because I forgot to get a piece of gear in Chapter 8. And now we're off to find out where Ichi's mom really is. She's been sequestered off in the ocean, been kind of just living on a boat in uncharted waters where no one will find her. Grab that taxi quick, because we'll be using that in Chapter 11 to get 1 meal for experience. It's the only time we actually really need to do like even like a little bit of grinding. It's like the only time we really need to do any bit of like extra experience for the Hawaii side. The Hawaii team is pretty much just perfectly set to go. Like we will get under leveled, but it's all like completely manageable for the Hawaii side of things. And it's not going to be the same story for the Japan side of things. The Japan side of things needs a boost. And we just get these guys. Terrible chapter 9. Atrocious chapter 9. But now you're going to see it all pay back in dividends in chapter 10. Because we got rid of all of our early grind fights already in chapter 8. And our grinding is going to be very, very fast. Okay. Now this is the shop that I was supposed to do beforehand. Or the safe I was supposed to grab beforehand. Boots that'll come in really handy for just a couple fights. And off to hello work. Because actually, if you actually look at the stats, Q literally like hit level 33 on the dot, which is wasn't planned, but we'll take it. Q's gonna dance. And now we finally get our 5th party member for one of our teams. It's a situation we haven't had since all the way back in chapter 7. Finally, he's back. Speedrun favorite from the previous entries, Zhao! Zhao also he didn't get to do anything in the last main entry speedrun, and he also doesn't get to do anything in this speedrun. I'm so sorry, Zhao. I wanted you to be well equipped for what we need, but Kunoichi is too powerful. And while we're at the bar, let's get the drink links for Nanba. We're gonna get Soul, get a passive for the Brawler stance for Kiryu's Dragon of Dojima. Talk to Psycho. We don't need Sonhee's bond. So we'll save ourselves a little bit of time there. Yeah, alas, Zhao just really doesn't have what we need for the speedrun. He's not a bad party member by any means. He has a lot of great abilities in his toolkit. He's a very balanced character. He's kind of like the red mage, so he's good as both a physical and a magic dealer, and he's quite fast, but just can't really come up to the ranking of Kunoichi or Host. So unfortunate. We're left with, we've got to do something similar to Hawaiian Haunt, but on the Japan side of things. Oh, unfortunate. We only have to do one floor of the Yokohama Underground, but again, it is completely random. So we are just going to try and find the... Oh, I thought it was going to turn up. That's what I get for trying to trust it. It's probably up. It's probably up. I'm probably going the wrong way. Please don't be the wrong way. It's not the end of a long haul. It couldn't possibly be the wrong way. No! Crap. Ah! These guys walking places. Zoom around the outside. Again, one day in the future we'll have all the various layouts, the possible layouts routed out. That way we could look at like the first room or two and just peace out, just be all done. But alas, not today. We still have to do it, and then we just leave right away. And then we got our big equip for this side of things in preparation for our grinding session. This is absolutely mandatory, but I've cut it down significantly. Gear, nope, items. We need muscle boosters, Sonhee ×2, reflex booster on Kiryu, and level booster on Kiryu. And Kiryu gets blue metal anklets, the tactical boots, transcendent, and military insoles. Nanba, you get double ankle weights. And Ichi's when sneakers. Sonhi gets an optimized, gets military insoles. Shoot, didn't need to unequip Kiryu's military insoles. Then Zhao, you get the crown, and you get money and the happy lay. Sonhi or Saiko gets Yakuza training and fairy lay, and Adachi is with the sneakers. And party edit, get Zhao out of here, and off to start our grind. Yep. First things first though. Do that. Refill our coffees. And then we're off. So now, with Ichi as fast as we can possibly make him, Ichi will now outspeed all but 2 different enemy types. So this fight has one of the enemy types. Actually, this guy can... Yeah. There's 3 enemy types that Kiryu cannot outspeed. But there are 2 enemy types specifically that we can. Now, sorry, party leaders, I get them mixed up. Kiryu can now outspeed pretty much everyone except for 3 types of enemies. Oh, of course, there's 2 of them here. Ah, but I got lucky. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that Ichi gets outsped, but most importantly, he outspeeds the security guards and he outspeeds the plutocrats. The plutocrats will give us a lot of money. We're not going to need all that much. Not going to need all that much money. And we have to make sure we're healing after these fights. Because there are some fights, looking specifically at the... like these enemies will outspeed all of them. They're just security guards. They're nice and fast. Unfortunately, we've only been getting fights with 3 enemies in them, which is not ideal. We want 4 typically, or 6. I did not actually put Chao Kao Long in. I did for a bit, and then I actually cut him back out because I found a different fight that was good enough. Not amazing, but good enough. This is one of the enemies that can outspeed, but we didn't. Haha, good. But yeah, now with the level booster and all the other experience to get Kiryu to level 34 and the breaker speed, which is the fastest male job class, on top of the transcendent and military insoles and agility increasing gear, Kiryu can even outspeed people that are 6 levels higher than him. It's very, very fast. Unfortunately, the fights have been spawning not fantastically located, and they've all been only 3 enemies, which is really bad. It's a very slow grind, unfortunately. Luckily, Kiryu's been outspeeding these a lot, which is very nice. Kiryu's been outspeeding these a lot, which is very nice. And the extra fights does mean we typically end up with more materials, but it does mean we are taking more fights in the end. Because in the end, after all this grinding, we're going to get as much materials as possible. We're going to get as many materials as possible on top of getting money so that we can fund everything that we need to do later. Wow, I have not gotten like a single 4 enemy or 6 enemy fight. This is really bad grinding. It's gonna mean I'm gonna be probably very set for materials, but it means we're gonna be losing it like probably a minute because the fights have been so low enemy count. Again, this is another 3-person fight. This is really bad. This is terrible RNG. skaters are typically also are one of the better fights to take because they can end up being like 3, 4, or 6 enemies. Like it's very, very beneficial to fight skaters. But they are almost a guarantee that they will outspeed Ichi. Now that we're level 35, they won't outspeed quite as much, but they still will. We've got plenty of plutocrats. We have more than enough money now. Now we just need the XP. We need to reach job rank 22 would normally be the cutoff, but because of my earlier usage of the level booster and with how XP comes out, I need typically just one more fight on top of job level 22. Oh, this is a 4 enemy fight. Saw it out of the corner on the map there. Because every single one of these enemies is worth the exact same amount of job points and XP. Like 100% identical. So as many of these fights that you can get with more than 3 enemies, the more you're gonna be boosting your XP. These skaters can be up to 6. And it's, come on, this is the worst fight. This is the worst grind luck I've ever had. Oh gosh, now they're not even spawning. Oh my goodness, this is the worst grind I've ever had. Oh, this, if they spawn south of that street, they're not a strong enough enemy to be worth our time. I've seen plenty. I need no more plutocrats. I am good for money, sir. I have plenty. I only need 6.2 million coming out of this. I'm gonna come out with like 8. This is so unfortunate. The worst grind luck I've ever had. Please spawn 6. Okay, it's at least 4. Okay, we'll take 4. Ah. So we're almost done. Probably only like 2 or 3 more fights. So it's a significant reduction in amount of fights that we have to do. Skaters, please do more than 3. Come on! This is the worst fight spawn luck. I'm gonna be so powerful. And I don't need to be this powerful. So I hit job rank 22. That was previously the cutoff point, but I need just a smidge more XP. To do so, I need quite literally 2 enemies more. Okay, well, this is colossal overkill. This is colossal overkill. This will be 6 enemies. Finally, or 5 enemies. The last fight where I only need like 2 enemies. This honestly might be unfortunate and might cause me to lose time because I won't get levels up where I want. Party stats, Kiryu. Yeah. Yeah, we are good. Okay. I didn't use any of those, so I can just go back to Eugene. That was the worst fight spawn luck I have ever had. But yeah. Now you can see how much time we are actually saving. Due to all that grind reduction in the breaker. But that was even a bad grind. Probably saved another couple minutes there. Gear, Namba, you take the fairy lay. Sonhee gets super power ring. And the Yakuza training gear. And you get ankle weights and military insoles. And we go back to hello work. Change our jobs to what our actual final jobs will be and get our skill inheritance abilities. Kiryu, go back to Dragon of Dojima. And Saiko, you finally get on to that. And we skill inherit Nanba. You take the Malodor Stench to start. Queen's Claw, and Psycho gets that big heal. And we go to Kotokuchu. Yeah, you can use the map on the phone taxi screen as well. It's very handy. Yeah, I skipped out on a I skipped out on a thing. Oh. That is unfortunate. They're all going to go flying in odd directions. Okay, that'll work. Shoot. I think I need to do a little bit of extra damage here. But this is a good part of why we wrong equipped Psycho. She has, or Sonhee, she has no buff. 1600 damage with no buffs. Shoot. I forgot that I didn't equip anything onto it. I accidentally hit L2 and did a skill with Kyrie. Oh, man. That gets us an extra... So... That gets us another superpower ring for more damage if we want it, but we don't need it now. Because, man, Sonhee does amazing damage already, and she doesn't even have any buffs yet. Now we head on off to fight Mr. Sawashiro. First, these guys. Keep them nice and still. Good fight. One of the few times we're still going to be using thrown items. Sometimes they still have their uses. Now we have plenty of money. Yeah, we have way more money than what we need. So I'm not going to bother doing a coffee. I'm just going to skip it and go forward. Save myself time by not having to do coffees. And yeah, we didn't even have to do any upgrading. We got all those materials and we didn't have to upgrade. I didn't even bother giving the prestige to, I didn't bother giving the prestige back to Nanba for this chapter even. We are that strong with Sonhee alone. Gotta clear out all those riffraffs. Sawashiro starts off as only resistant to electric, but that does not bother us at all. Quickness on to Sonhee. Now she's gonna get buffs. And her damage is gonna go through the roof. Mind you, Sawashiro is not weak to anything that Sonhee can do right now. Sawashiro was not weak to anything that Sonhee did right there, by the way. She did a good 3,000 damage with just simple buffs and no weakness. And this QTE is actually going to make Sawashiro weak to fire, which is what the Inferno Knuckles have. So we're gonna be even stronger. Eggy. Also, I failed that on purpose because it's like a good 5 seconds faster to fail. We don't get any extra damage, but with how things go, we don't actually need it. I don't need to coffee this fight either because I have so much, but I need to anyway. And here goes another big chunk of Sawashiro. And last but not least, goodbye. Yeah, he's weak to all three elements in that stance. Okay. I actually used the wrong grenade there, so I'm gonna have to make sure I don't use any too unwarranted modified incendiary usages, because those ones are important. Hi, Egg. I know you're being very loud. So now I'm gonna do another save because I'm gonna be setting up for yet another wrong equip. Material exchange again, the very first hero's knife, which I did do. Weapon upgrade hosts, we are going to upgrade as high as possible. Oh my god. That's really high. That is, I usually end up with like 16 materials there. I had 21. I'll be set on damage from I will be very much set on damage for that. Refill our coffees. Refill our street surfer because we're done with this chapter. We're going to be back to back to Hawaii. This is a fairly fast chapter because it's almost just one set piece. But here we go. And I'm hoping that everything was set up correctly, that Chitose will get the wrong equip. It should be. Did this a few times in testing. But it wouldn't be the first time that it just failed for no reason. Oh my god, what is happening? Why is my camera doing? Why is my camera swinging? Now, Chitose was found out to be selling us out to the enemy. But it also turns out she was being blackmailed to sell us out to the enemy. So there's many sides going on here. Okay. Gear, Ichi. Optimize. And Transcendent Insoles. And ankle weights. Tomi, you get Yakuza training gear and non-buzz weights, or whoever else is, and up to wind sneakers. Adachi gets an optimize, you get the crown, and you get money and fairy lay. Off to white Cage. Which turns out, yeah, AG, our friend in the wheelchair was actually not so friendly. Turns out he was working through connections off with the Seiryu clan. Seiryu clan is up to no good. And also that he was faking the whole being in a wheelchair thing. Really, really not a good guy, that AG. So we're closing out those story beats. Now we're trying to track down AG to get some more information. And maybe even get Chitose back on our side.
I'm gonna put you in the flame.
Oh yeah, the main benefit of Ichi being on Breaker. One is because the blue metal anklet is very nice to have a powerful ice weapon onto Ichi, and it was free, so I didn't have to spend any money on it or take an extra trip. I just had to go grab it. But also, Breaker is so fast when we want to just end these fights as soon as they begin with just the Kazumi. Nothing better. Nothing better than just running straight through all of these and just ending these fights before they begin. Although Cheetahs, they can still outspeed Kiryu sometimes. Even with all the extra agility gear I put onto Ichi. One of these days I'll get the party leader name correct. Alright, we did the trick previously. Let's do it again. Everything should be good and all set up so that we're going to do exactly what we did before. We're going to go back to the shop, grab our 2 mod rockets, and another set of Inferno Knuckles.
Thank you very
And if everything went right, Chitose has the Inferno Knuckles. We are in the clear. Got another successful wrong equip done. Now we'll do this that we set up in chapter 9.
Aloha.
This is our XP buff for Hawaii. This is the only time we really need it. Otherwise, we don't really need any extra XP other than items.
Thank
Or other than accessories. Here, Chitose, you need superpower champions and the battles. And we head straight to the sentence.
Akane.
Turns out we found Ichi's mom and we got her to come along with us. And we've actually, Yamai's finally, after all this, kind of helping us. And Polly kind of found out that she was here. So they've already swarmed the place. Why is Chitose constantly outspeeding Ichi when he's got the transcendent insult? Okay, well, you might as well get that throw in early then. Kazumi will take care of the rest. I feel like something is wrong for Ichi to be being outsped like this. Because Ichi should have the tactical boots. Did I not equip the tactical boots? I didn't. That would be the reason. That would be the reason. He had a bit less speed than gear, Ichi. Military insoles, Tomi, you need. Silver bracelet and transcendent. And doing our lovely trick. Doing a lovely trick to reduce the MP of a character with the ankle weights and then take the ankle weights off so they have less MP and then healing them up with 2 beers so that they start the fight pre-drunk. It's gonna come majorly in handy here. This heavy machinery is very rude. And we don't have the money to properly defeat it with a boosted summon. Because of all of our wrong equipped shenanigans. So instead, we had to pre-drink Tomi so we could do even more damage. It gets 2 turns of it. About 1100 damage there, and so nice. We'll do it twice. The downside of our wrong equipping shenanigans is we don't have the money to do a boost summon in this fight like I normally would like to. That would have made me have to only do 1 battery storm. But it's still a nice and speedy fight. Oh shoot, forgot. Hit when I was entering my HQ. No worries on that split. Okay. grab this.
開けてみるか。開いた
We
ぜ
got a dangerous fight up ahead as well. Gear Ichi, optimize. Get back to the Transcendent, Tomi. You get a military insole and the Lolita. And now we're doing one of the silliest stunts I've ever seen. This is not how this would work. A tiny ramp like that, and somehow we get a nice, nice boosted hop, skip, and a jump right on into the building with an excavator going at like 5 miles an hour. That thing would just crash straight down. And doing this actually splits up our party for a very interesting fight concept. Howdy, Aaron. Thanks for stopping by. And thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Run's going okay. Did a lot of mistakes, but now we're kind of in the clear of all that. And I had to give Ichi here the increased, or the suppression helmet, which increases how much damage we resist. We muscle soda Chitose. Chitose has a lot of damage right now. This is her basic skill. That's her very basic skill. That is like her weakest skill, and it's 2,000 damage. Tomi is fast enough to take down those enemies before they get a chance to do anything. And I have to be blocking these, or otherwise Ichi could potentially go down if he takes all of this damage. But he should only get one more attack, and that is not a problem. Poseidon power, increase Chitose even further. I have to just say birthday. Happy birthday, sir. And gives us enough time to get one more coffee. And goodbye. Okay. Tough fights, or the tough regular fights, out of the way in this chapter. Ay, ay. Now we're back to some simple ones. Yeah, we absolutely needed a second damage source for this set piece. Or we could not just supply off Tomi alone. We can do it. It's just a little rough. We have to do a lot of extra buffing and stuff like that. Well, with Chitose having the extra damage on her own and her being the fastest job class, on top of having extreme damage with the wrong equip, it makes things pretty dang speedy. Oh, hold up. Although downside, she only has 400 HP, so I did forget. Grab this safe. Alright, gear. Ichi, you need the military insoles, just not Tomi's military insoles. Silver becomes weight and then transcendent, and then Chitose, you get armor optimize. And more drinks for them. Getting set up for this fight, because this fight can be very, very fast. It can also go very, very wrong if it really wants to. It's pretty much scripted, except for when it decides to just not be. So we're actually just gonna, just in case. We shouldn't have to, but it's just a precaution. Because the downside is Ichi does not have as much damage as he would normally, so this ultimate tag team will not immediately wipe out everyone. take care of most of the rest, and we'll take out the rest of the battery storm. Gets one attack off. Coffee. Play it safe and heal Chitose with the Brofei. This guy's weak to fire, so we'll use our good non-fire, or our good fire damage moves with the Inferno Knuckles and a Rose. Clears out that one nice and quick. Now this upcoming enemy is weak to blade, which is why we really wanted Chitose to be our damage dealer, because she has excellent blade damage skills. But he's not weak to any elements. That's a shame. Also, this is our first use of a boosted summon. Costs $50,000 to use. Now we'll wipe out all of those guys for us. And this guy's not weak to fire, but let's make him a little bit weak to fire. Shoot! I did this order incorrectly. That's actually... He's gonna get another turn. I'm just probably gonna have to guard. Yeah, I was supposed to quickness Lemon Chitose there so that she would... Oh, so she would get a second turn off before this guy's second turn. So I'm just gonna have to guard. I'm gonna get everyone set up. Or I'm gonna get the Muscle Soda onto Chitose, but then I'm just gonna guard with the others. Oh, hi, Nicole. Hope you're having a good drive. Okay. Let's Muscle Soda onto Chitose. Okay, this is the attack we were expecting to see. This hurts. Okay, it wasn't that bad. Okay, we're in the clear. Goodbye. If I had put a quickness lemon onto Chitose there, she would have outsped that second attack from the enemy. I'll rip Cutlery Crash strats. That's an insanely powerful move for the chef class that we had Adachi on. But we had to go out of our way to get an extra weapon for that. And that's like a 30 seconds out of the way that we don't really want to do if we don't have to. All right, time for a very scary chapter. Absolutely terrifying chapter. All right. Big equip for this side of the team again. Transcendent, military, tactical, Nanba, you get Lolita, prestige, and ink weights, and jeweled bracelets for more damage. Sonhee, you get the suppression helm, the protector, because she needs as much armor as she can get. Battle, ink weights, and champions. Psycho gets Fairy Lay and the Yakuza training gear. And Zhao gets an optimized, gets money. And gets the money crown. We could re-get some stuff here quick, but we'll get that later when we come back through here for an agility buff. Because this time we're actually getting through into Kamurocho to do some story stuff, do some more memoir, some more history type things with Kiryu. And while we're here, we're going to, very importantly, get Kiwami drinks on top of muscle sodas. We need extra XP. Badly do we need extra XP and job points. And there's good spots for it. Oh, this young lady, I believe, was in Yakuza 6. And Kiryu was playing as Ono Michio when they met. So they don't quite recognize each other right off the bat. But she knows in her heart that he's the true Ono Michio. Oh, please, skip. Please and thank you. Okay. Oh, motorcycle, please. This guy is running amok, being a punk, messing up our friend from Foreshine. This guy's weak to blade. Again, wrong equipped Inferno Knuckles, very strong. Come on. Again, 0 buffs on that damage. That's just pure Inferno Knuckle damage. Now back to Ijincho, where we could progress into one of the hardest fights of this speedrun. But we got some other stuff we got to do first. Namely, there is one more summon that we have to get. Very crucial summon to this speedrun. This speedrun does not work without this summon. We need to unlock the Foreshine summon. We need to reunite the sisters. It's actually faster, just street surfer up these stairs, then get off. One of them was an Ijincho, so we got to progress their story here. Now we need to set up all of our power and host as much as we can. Oh shoot, that's what I gotta do a thing here. I needed to see how much I need for this. I need 6 more electric geodes. It's okay. Material exchange, all except for Hitman, Host, Breaker, and Kunoichi. And then upgrade the prestige with everything we got. That's pretty stinking good. Shoot, I need a brand. I need... Oh, I forgot the Seal of Flames before. No wonder. Oh, I didn't need it before. But I should have done it before. Oh, I was supposed to do Seal of Bolts before, but I was so strong that I didn't need to. Okay. Okay. Now we go to Hamakita Park, where we unfortunately don't have enough materials to craft another wrong equip item that we're going to do. We normally would if I might change it to a different wrong equip item later on. Sirs, you need to not be so close to this cart. Date, not now! I mean, it gives... drop their aggro, I think. Nice. So I need a total of 60 of these so that I can prep to 15 geodes. Okay, and from here... No, I don't need to talk to you, sir. Oh, shoot. No. Yeah, not here. Not yet. Back to camera worker first. Sorry about that. That is somewhere we go, but after the next boss fight. For now, instead, we go over here. Refill our coffees and our quickest lemons. And we needed agility buffs before. We need it now more than ever. Okay. We're to East Shichifuku Street. Let's finish up that Four Shine sub-story. Unlocking another incredible summon that not only does 1,000 blunt damage to everyone, but also gives everyone a 1-tier attack increase. Incredibly powerful. Incredibly. With one less geode? Shoot. I'm gonna have to craft that. I should end. I'll have to do that. Rush. Kazumi. This will not take out all these enemies. So rush attack gives it 2 attacks. Ayu. That's unfortunate. This might not kill appropriately. I'm gonna stand real close to hopefully have all of these hit the right enemy. Sure did. I'm gonna have to craft that just in case. I should get another electric geode. Oh, there's an electric crystal, not a geode. But yeah, I'll have to do that. Thank you for noticing that tree plot. Because that, as I found out in practice earlier today, it is run breaking if I don't have enough electric geodes. The wrong equip doesn't work if I have enough, or if I don't have enough at a certain time. Now we fight off on this keeper that holds another Shoot, I messed this up. Shoot. I need to redo this one. I forgot one very crucial thing. Luckily, that saves right after the 4 shine. There's no problem getting back there. Very crucial. Zhao! Zhao! My friend! My guy! How could I forget you? How could I forget Zhao? What a fool I am! Critical to the speedrun, Zhao! Only one guy outspeeds here because that guy's incredibly fast. He's a skater 5 levels above us. And see you later, Zhao. Very unfortunately, Zhao is there's another glitch that we use Zhao for. And that is if you party swap after a summon, you can summon right away again. So we put Zhao in specifically to do a whole lot of nothing after. Alright, one more big menu here. You need champions or military insoles. Nanba gets transcendent insoles over ankle weights. Sony, you get military insoles, superpower ring. Psycho, you get military insoles times 2. And golden sneakers. Item, Aloha Blonde. We want 2 into Nanba. Heal up Psycho, Sony as well. Oh, again, my notes are wrong here. Things I need to fix. Menu heal. And back to Ijin Cho. I'll have to do one more side thing quick before we press on. But just go back to the cart here. Get one more electric geode. Because it is... We will most certainly get one from a drop from now until we get to where we need to be. But I don't want to take that risk because it does completely break the strategy. So we are going to get that right. Oh, yeah. I completely only crafted 5. There it is. Okay. Now we press on, and we most certainly save before this fight because this fight is terrifying. We are so low level for this fight. Recommended level 41. Our party leader is level 38. The rest are level 37. We are very underleveled, but the agility buff will help us out a ton to survive and to do all the strats that we are going to do. If everything goes according to plan on damage and everything, this fight, the enemy will only get 1 damaging attack off on us the entire fight. But these 3 Jimas, they don't mess around. Nanba! Tag team, make sure you hit both Daigo. That might not hit Daigo. It's important that we get Majima, but I definitely wanted Daigo to get hit by that. Good. Queen's Claw onto Majima. Good. Breaks us into the cutscene. That before this cutscene starts, there is a damage gate. You can only do like 2,000 to 3,000 damage on each of these enemies. So we had to hit that damage gate with one of the enemies. So we hit it on Majima's because he's weak to fire and we have good fire damage. So that breaks that damage gate. We can now we now just need to go for damage. Zhao's other contribution to the speedrun, protecting Kiryu in this cutscene. Gosh, I hit the wrong button. No, well, there goes any chance of this run being marked. Alright, there goes the splits, but that's okay. We'll do this for submission alone. Boost, or rush, boosted 4 shine. Muscle soda into Nanba. Daigo will now buff the party, or buff the party increasing their defense, which is what we do not want, but that's okay. Nanba is very strong right now, so we're gonna hit him with what we got for this. That should hopefully hit Daigo as well, which is perfect. Good. And now with this, we Queen's Claw Majima, and this should finish him off before he even gets a chance to attack. Perfect. We go into these sequences. Ooh. Luckily, we cannot die in these little sequences, but we do take damage for the rest of the fight, which can be dangerous. From here, Kiryu does another 4 shine. And we got a problem with Daigo. Okay, he's at damage gate. So I'm just gonna get some extra damage on Seijima while I can while the timer is running. We need to do quickness on Sonhee. Unfortunately, Sayako outsped Seijima, which is not what we wanted. Oh, nice. Nice dodge. Won't even get hurt. The Essence of Rose Typhoon. There's a lovely thing about essences in this game. As much as it's not a touted feature, they actually ignore guard. We need to make you a little bit weaker. And now we need to start getting those Kiwami drinks in. We are all doing perfectly fine on HP, especially with that dodge. So get our 3 in. Unfortunately, Seijima outsped Sonhi. It's fine. And he guarded, so that's unfortunate for him. I was 2 on Kiryu? Shoot. Riza, it's okay. Thank you for mentioning that. Who did I miss? Sonhi? Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Sonhi will get another turn before Seijima's. Because we're nice and fast. Actually, you can give him a little spritz. Ah, now the fight's over. I'm gonna have to repurchase a Kiwami drink. Thank you for noticing that. These are things that are still very difficult to track over the course of an entire speed run. And now we just finish off. And the benefit, we cannot die in this little sequence. So instead, we can just go full blower. And that is 3 Jimas down. That was odd. Weird that it waited for a while for that fight to finish. Trying to think where best to get Kiwami drink quick is. Because I do need one more Kiwami drink. It is 100% necessary for the speedrun route. Okay. From here, we travel up to the Nouveau Hama. It is unfortunate that I won't have a time set because I screwed up my timer. That's on me. I'm out of practice. We need more XP meals. We need to do another quick equip. And don't want any drunk party members, that's for sure. Kiryu, accessories. Yakuza training gear. Nanba, you need speed. We're gonna have light speed Nanba. Wind sneakers. Sonhi, you get. Yeah, Sonhi, you get champion ring and ink weights. Sako, you get optimize, you get ink weights and the happy lay. Right? No, she was supposed to get fairy lay. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Yep, I gotta go grab something quick. Sorry about that. Knucklehead. An unpleasant drive home. So, everything is okay. We're all good. But yeah, Nicole had a unpleasant drive home, so we are making sure that she's comfortable and all good. And I'm gonna go make a tea for her quick. And we'll close this out. We'll do it as a practice. That's no worries. This run was also I was doing a lot of resetting. Not really a great representation of all my new route changes. So I'm gonna go do some more calming stuff and get some tea, and I'll come back and we'll close this out, do it as practice and more showcasing of the end of the run, and then we will then we'll do a rerun of this tomorrow, hopefully with my me not screwing up my splits and reloading 7 times at this point. Yeah. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Let's close out this practice run. And we will do a run tomorrow. Where I hopefully mess up less. I'll get my splits corrected because there are 2 splits that weren't even right because we don't really do them anymore. And we'll do a run where I don't reset like 7 times on various things. That's okay. We still got the time before submission. But also welcome, Far. Alright. Let's see. Do I have everything? Here's got the training. It's got hyper speed. Is that fast enough? Is he supposed to have? Oh, Kiryu is supposed to have a military soul. Right? No. No, I had it correct in my notes. Oh yes, very educational. Found a few things I need to update in my notes for sure. And just it's good practice to finally do it in a full run setting than all my research that I've been doing. There was going to be one other thing I was going to grab, right? They got the geodes. I don't think they're... I think that was it. I think that was the only thing I wanted to grab. Champions rank ink weights. Got an optimized so that she's slower. He's only 10 faster. He should be more than that. But I suppose that doesn't... That shouldn't matter. Yeah. That's how it plays out because I know my turn order gets wonky and that's kind of how I want it. Because some of those wonkinesses actually speed up things a little bit. Okay. Let's double check. 15 electric geodes, which is correct. I have all this. Oh yeah, I needed to grab a Kiwami drink. That's what I needed to do. Fastest Kiwami drink is probably the B. Because I double used the Kiwami drink on Kiryu. So I needed 1 extra Kiwami drink for routing. That's not a drink. This is... Luckily, with all my research knowledge, I have pretty good mind for the backup locations and things. One Kiwami drink. So now we get to show off the Chapter 12 set piece. Dive straight in. Now, Namba has been granted light speed capabilities. So Namba can take care of these guys without having to worry about them moving around. I think one guy moved out of the way. No, not far enough away. Still caught in the mix. Intoxication Bomb. That guy's already weak to fire, but let's make him more weak to fire. Hit in a 4 shine. Wanted Kiryu to go first here. So we get Muscle Soda onto Sonhee. And make this guy have negative amounts of throw. Follow-ups only lose us time. And he had 0 throats, now he has negative 1. That fight gives us a ton of XP, that's why we wanted that XP boost. The 3 GMs also give us a ton of XP, and that's why we went with 3 of those Kiwami drinks. That's why we went with 3 of those Kiwami drinks. That way we could get a lot out of the 3 Jima's experience. But now we got the experience boost for these 3 fights as well, which will help out a ton. Lots of Essence of Rose type things to start off. Here you need to do a 4 shine into Intoxication. Queen's Claw is an extremely fast animation. Coffee. It's fine that he gets an attack. Actually didn't mean to do the counter move to drop him into the cutscene. It's not a necessary thing to do, but I mean, I'll take it. And that was our soul increasing thing for the brawler stance of Kiryu that we wanted. Really push for it, Kiryu. You got him. He's on the ropes. Cutscene is like more than 5 seconds faster. Is that just low damage rolls? I think that was just low damage. Or I should be doing roses. Should do a rose there. Yeah, that's what I did wrong. Second non of a turn was supposed to be a rose. Rose does a good like 15% more damage than Essence of Rose Typhoon. So it's crucial. We'd stop by that safe quick there. And here's a sneaky Kiwami drink we gotta put in. To Kiryu. Because Kiryu needs a very precise amount of job experience. Because without that, he will not reach job rank 30 before the final fight of this sentence. But with that, he will get just enough. These are simple Kazumi fights. Unfortunately, Kiryu has been not been getting the outspeed. He's less likely to, but they save little bits of time here and there if he can. That literally is like to the T exactly how much job XP we need to get Essence of Dragon God. And we need to do absolutely no menuing. We're literally perfectly menued all the way out to this boss fight. This boss fight is more cutscene than boss fight. Take care of all the riffraff right away with a Rose Typhoon. Queen's Claw into the cutscene. Oh yeah, it is cacophony when they all just explode. This cutscene is technically a smidge faster if you fail it. I mean, by technically, I think it's like half a second, maybe. I would actually have to time it out, but it is like the tiniest bit, I think, faster to fail it, but I succeeded, because why not? Beast needs to Kiwami himself. And give this guy a rocket. And give him a rose. Don't give Narasaki the satisfaction of hitting us with the minigun. Narasaki, secret Sephiroth fanboy. Big fan of the Washington Dark Souls 1. This fight is far more cutscene than actual fight. Now it's back to Namba. He's gonna get Narasaki a little bit drunk. Boosted for shine. Into a coffee. Winged kunai onto Narasaki. Go back to Kiryu. And one more 4 shine for good measure. Essence of Dragon God takes care of the riffraff. He gets one sweaty yelling. It's a rose. It's a Queen's Claw. That's a thing that can happen with Queen's Claw. That's unfortunate. If you're too close, the projectiles just like whiz past. It's very stupid. Sir. Get back. Get back here so Namba can take care of you. That fight would have been done on the second Queen's Claw from Sonhee, but alas, I messed it up. I didn't give enough space. So now we're back to Hawaii, and we're going to be on Ichi's side until they close out their entire story. Straight to the docks because we don't need anything quite yet. Where we're going to do our menuing. Here, Ichi, optimize, remove his weapon. Give him the wind sneakers, double Ascendant. Tomy, you get Yakuza training gear and an Inca weight. And prestige. Adachi, you get an optimized crown. You get lucky money and happy lay. Cheetose gets an optimized. The last Inca weights and the fairy lay. Yep.
I'm gonna fuck you.
さあ行きますか。
These guys have way too much HP. So is that a boost for it?
全力で行くよ。
Oh shoot, I was supposed to copy, but I should have known enough on it.
覚悟。さらば。
調子が出てきたな。黙らせてやる。だ。おとなしくしろ。いつ。俺もまだまだ現役を。また強くな。これが俺の真骨頂よ。
And now we're getting to the portion where our Hawaii side is going to be significantly underleveled for what we're having going on.
You don't want to mess with me.
But it doesn't really matter when Ichi's this fast. Ichi with speed increasing shoes and the double transcendent insoles. He is one fast lad. And now we get to do the run we did all the way back in chapter 9, but do it in reverse. So, well, that is odd placement of those enemies. Cut their line of sight so that they don't follow us too far. This fight is very annoyingly placed. What's with the side eye? And we save load that fight away. We can just smoke bomb that fight away if we really want to, but it's a little bit faster to save load with our load removed time. And honestly, it might be faster in real time too, because PC and PS5 both load very quickly. The only necessary fight, or the last necessary fight that we have to do along this route. All the rest we're going to skip. That one is 100% forced though. Oh, what? Look how far away they are. Look how far away they are. That line of sight that many of these Pelicana chasers have is stupid. Now I'm probably going to get into this fight because I had to stand still. Yep. Oh! Barely outsped that one. That one was ready for it. That's why we're doing a lot of these things to break line of sight, or in this case, as TJ found, you can just do a loop-de-loop around that pole and swing past those guys. There's almost always a fight here blocking our path. So we save load them away. Don't. Second time. Second time I got the street surfer blown. That is a record for me. Absolute curse. I already messed up a good chunk of other stuff and had to reload a bunch of saves. It's all good. Hey, we got that through that without an accidental fight spawn or fight attack. That segment is usually like a 50-50. It's just a coin flip whether or not you get into a fight there.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
One last save load because these guys are too close. And we're done with the chase segment. Ah, yeah. All right, now we get to set up for 4 Ungi clips. Got a total of 4 that I do in my speedrun, or in my current route. And from here, go on up to Julie, and we're gonna do some crafting.
いらっしゃい
First, material exchange. This one that is not technically. It is chapter 13, Jungi. What do you expect to do? Everything. Jungi is really strong. We are going to get rid of Sonhi's Iron Knuckle, Inferno Knuckles, and Sayako's Toy Knife. We're going to weapon upgrade the host as high as we can get it.
始めるよ念入りに手入れしといたよ
Oh, strengthen, please and thank you. Wanted to
こ
get
れ
that
で
up to
い
clean
い
number.
感じにしといたから
44 is pretty dang solid.
また来てよ
And then while we are right nearby, oh, Ichi. Gonna do one quick trip here.
Aloha.
Grab our last intoxications and
Thank you
fulminants. And now we do our quick equipping for Jungi Han, because he gets the battle boots, he gets military insoles, and he gets the champion's ring. Party edit, Adachi for Chitose, yeah. And up to Lotus Street, and we did everything correctly. I didn't do a safety save beforehand. That's a problem. We did everything correctly.
Welcome.
We will 2 modified.
Thank you very.
We did everything correctly. Both Sonhi and Sayako will be set with Sanguine Bandages as their weapon. That'll come into play a little bit later. It's just a good weapon for Sayako, so I'm just like, why not wrong equip it? So she actually has something fairly decent. And then we got the Inferno Knuckles for Jungi Han. And then from here, we progress on with stuff. And a neat thing that I changed about Jungi Han's personality routing, or his bond routing. We used to get a couple party chats, and then because of route change, we had to get an extra gift to give him. And then that just gave me the idea of, why don't we just give him 3 gifts? We can totally just give him 3 gifts. We don't have to do these extra party chats if we just give him 3 gifts. Oh, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Free to bond level 8 for Jungi Han that they give us. And we turn around,
Aloha
buy
Thank you for
3 of those. And we go to... Gotta go back to Revolve, get ourselves set up, leave immediately. Go back to Diamond Head, and we're off to District 5 again. But this time with a Jungi Han. And Jungi Han is an absolute beast. The downside of Pound Mates is that you do kind of have to sit through a couple cutscenes and stuff. But if you use just a regular old Essence, there's only one cutscene. District 5, 2. Exactly. Now we just guard. Trick shot. Good fight. That's no buffs, by the way. That's no buffs, by the way. Jungi Han just did a casual 1200 damage to all those enemies. And as I found out, actually, in this tire, there's another lustrous steel. Very important upgrade material. Yeah, Jungi Han is very strong. He's one of our primary damage dealers. For this chapter especially, he is hugely important.
You don't want to mess with me.
This is a 2-stage fight. We get our 4 shine out right away. Guard. And trick shot. Goodbye. Yeah, Jungi Han joins us. He actually joins us at a fairly decent level, although we're not going to give him much in the way of XP to compensate. Actually, no, he joins us at pretty much the same level we are, which is a little underleveled at the moment. For this set piece, we're not too underleveled, but as soon as we get out of this set piece, we'll be immediately underleveled.
I'm gonna.
So there was also something that I did very quickly at the beginning of this chapter. And that was, oh wow, they just spread apart. That's very rude. Is that I unequipped Ichi's weapon. Poison shot got a massive upgrade. Is that I unequipped Ichi's weapon because it turns out that the 4 shine summon inherits your weapon's element. I don't think it's supposed to, but like with thrown weapons, it does. And there's too many enemies that are actually resistant to ice where we want to use 4 shine. So we have to purposefully have Ichi running around for a good while without any weapon whatsoever.
What you looking at? Let's go.
Fire boots, yeah, it's Majima's boots. It's a series of gear. There are more pirate gear. There's a pirate hat and a pirate's coat or something. I only noticed it during these barrel fights. These barrel enemies that are resistant to ice. I'm just like, why aren't they taking as much damage as they're supposed to? I was like, they should be dying to this, but they're not. And then I paid close attention to the number. I was just like, it's only doing 750 instead of 1,000. What the heck? Just got to make sure that we are not failing these QTEs. Very crucial we do not fail these QTEs. The fights down there do give us more XP and stuff, but they are slower. They are harder fights. If you took them both, you'd lose about a minute in total, but you'd get more XP and stuff, but we don't need it. We don't need it, so we just skip them. Drops us into a cutscene we can't skip and right into a boss fight. Because again, As I showed you before, I'm gonna show you again. Jungi Han's strong. He's a strong one, that Jungi Han. Yeah, this boosted force shine doesn't kill these barrel guys if you have blue metal anklet equipped. Get Jungi Han all nice and powerful. And hit him with the double poison shot. Oh wow. He outspeed Cheetah Sing.
ミスったらごめんね覚悟さらば
ついてこれますかねかわせますかね苦しむがお引き取りをまた強くなって
また成長しちゃった
俺もまだ若いね勝利勝利
We don't need that safe. That safe has Adachi's best armor, but that is the rest of the run. Quick swing on into this area. Get another lustrous steel. All these are going to be crucial. We desperately want Prestige to hit level 50 after this set piece. And we'll be close. Like, it'll be, like, spot on. Level 49 is, like, the... is manageable. Anything below that can be tricky. Okay. Get Tomi's best jacket. Here we get... you steal Tomi's ankle weights. Tomi gets an optimized. You steal transcend insoles. And Lolita shoes. Cheetah gets an optimized. Gets battle boots. That actually isn't necessary anymore. Based on my strats, Jungi Han. Get an optimized. You get the pirate boots. And you get military insoles over the champions. Correct. And we pre-drink Tomi for this fight. And this was a strat that TJ found that's very, very potent. Intoxication as soon as possible with Mr. Jungi Han. Boosted Foreshine for lots of damage because Dwight is weak to ice. Already swapped Jungi Han. Get out of there. Do another Cosmic. This is why we need a little bit extra bond points with Jungi Han. We swap him out for Adachi here. So that we can get the double summon off. That takes care of all the other enemies. There's usually one enemy that has a lot of HP as well, but that double Cosmic usage clears them out. And then we muscle into Tomi. And Tomi is so strong at this point. With all the buffs happening. And we don't even need regular roses. We can just Rose Typhoon. And do it again. Goodbye. Dwight doesn't even get to play the game. And if I hit level 49 at least, Dwight also should not be able to play the game when he comes back in not 2 minutes. Okay, we no longer get the bond for Jungi Han. We just go straight to it. Or we just get this pure unlock. Rip Trend Danny Trejo, or is it? So we just go straight to that pure unlock, out to revolve. Jungi Han, hey, I heard you like gifts. This will get him quite literally exactly enough bond points. To the T. And we do not care what our answers are. We don't care about the personality traits at this point in the run. We just need him to have his tag team. And we're off. Back to the blacksmith to finish off our wrong equipping. And I'm going to save just in case beforehand. It should just happen right away, but I'm going to put it past it to just fail. Craft. Hitman. We got our lightning bandages. Do the first one. And if you did it correctly, Sonhee now has lightning bandages equipped. Just wanted to double check that. Because now we weapon upgrade. Get. Oh, perfect. We got level 50. Which means we want to invest. Yeah, we can wrong equip in this fight, or in this game. Craft, or we want to brand. We want Seal of Flames EX. And Seal of Snow EX. Double Seal of Flames helps clinch damage ranges here. Gear. Ichi, you need the Yakuza training over the ankle weights. Because Tomi needs ankle weights into transcend or into military missiles. And we're going to pre-jink Tomi. Party. Get Jungi Han back in here. Heal. And get to the paper. But yeah, that's gonna be Tomi's full drunk? Oh, you are correct. Thank you for noticing. I would have had to do another save. I need to... Is that in my notes that I only do one? It was in my notes that I do two. Oh yeah, he has one stack from the previous fight remaining. But now Dwight's back. Hey, you like that, or you thought that strat was neat from before? How about we do it again? How about we do the exact same strat again? But this time with a sharp.